Chapter 55. Trying to use them as scapegoats? Wishful thinking. Yunxing flipped her hand, and without looking at the bone needles, she threw them behind her. Almost at the same time, she chanted the fireball spell. Huang Linger saw her chanting at a high speed, and it was twice as fast as when she used magic. She was secretly surprised that Yunxing's magic recitation was so fast. The bone needles were already flying towards the bald soldier. The soldier did not take the bone needles seriously at all. With a wave of his hand, he used his Do energy to block the bone needles in front of him. At this moment, a fireball flew out and hit the bald soldier in the face. The latter screamed and held his face. Coincidentally, the fire lion bull had caught up with them. The bull's hoof kicked the soldier's chest, and there was a terrible sound of bones breaking. In a short while, the soldier was trampled into a meat paste. "Let's go." Yunxing saw that the fire lion bull was coming at her aggressively, so she pulled Huang Linger and wanted to run. Huang Linger's face was pale, and she could not move. Seeing that the fire lion bull had caught up with them, Huang Linger suddenly raised her magic wand and pointed it at Yunxing. A green light flashed and landed on Yunxing. Yunxing only felt that her body suddenly became lighter. Light body spell. Huang Linger actually used her precious wind magic on Yunxing at the moment of life and death. "Go! I'm the one who dragged you down. Run!" Huang Linger knew that she was injured, and she also knew that Yunxing's chances of survival were even slimmer with her. Today's disaster was caused by her. If she had not been greedy and wanted the mutated magical beast's soul stone, she would not have been tricked by the bounty hunters, and would not have bumped into the fire lion bull. Moo! Just as the two girls were on the verge of death, the fire lion bull roared angrily, and its huge body went over their heads, blocking their way. Both of them could not escape. The fire lion bull was a ferocious beast. It had killed 4 hunters in a row, so its body and head were filled with hostility. Its bell-sized eyes were filled with murderous intent. Compared to its fortress-like body, the thin and small Yunxing and Huang Linger seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. However, the strange thing was that after the fire lion bull blocked their path, it did not charge head-on, nor did it launch an even fiercer battle skill attack. Its gaze moved back and forth between Yunxing and Huang Linger before finally landing on Huang Linger's shoulder socket that had healed. On Huang Linger's shoulder, the wound caused by the arrow had quickly stopped bleeding after being treated by Yunxing's hemostatic agent. A layer of scar had formed over it. The fire lion bull was a wanted magical beast. It was much more cunning than ordinary magical beasts. It had been poisoned for the past few days and was unable to heal itself. It was tormented by the poison day and night. Earlier, when Yunxing went forward to treat Huang Linger and pulled out the arrow to stop the bleeding, the fire lion bull had seen everything. It naturally thought that Yunxing knew how to heal. Seeing that the fire lion bull did not make a move for a long time, Yunxing and Huang Linger gradually calmed down. The fire lion bull suddenly raised its hooves and waved at Yunxing. "You want me to go over?" Yunxing was a summoner and had the beast language ring. She was especially sensitive to the emotional fluctuations of magical beasts. She and Huang Linger looked at each other. The fire lion bull pointed at its belly and then pointed at Huang Linger. The two girls were both exceptionally intelligent people. They immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that the fire lion bull wanted to ask Yunxing to heal its poison. Yunxing thought for a moment and walked towards the fire lion bull. "Are you crazy? Heal it. That's a wanted magical beast." Huang Linger was frightened. "If we don't heal it, we will all die. Why don't we try?" Yunxing comforted. Did they really think that she was willing to heal a wanted magical beast? If she didn't heal it, they would definitely be trampled into meat paste like those hunters. They would never be able to leave the Yuwu mountain range alive. Yunxing walked towards the fire lion bowl. The fire lion bowl had a vigilant expression. She slowly squatted down. Just as Yunxing squatted down, one of the fire lion bowl's hooves stepped on her back. Needless to say, if she did anything wrong, the fire lion bowl's hooves, which could crush a martial grandmaster's sternum, would not hesitate to step on her. Yunxing did not want to become a meat patty. Yunxing was under a lot of pressure. She adjusted her breathing and told herself to calm down. After seeing the fire lion bowl's wound, Yunxing's attention was fully focused. What a powerful poison! Yunxing sniffed the rotten flesh around the fire lion bowl's wound and identified the poison. It was a corrosive neurotoxin. Just a small amount was enough to kill an adult bull. Luckily, the fire lion bull was a magical beast and had a strong constitution. That was why it could suppress the poison for so long. Yunxing took out her bone needle and pricked it. Bang! She felt a heavy blow on her shoulder. Huang Linger screamed from the side. Yunxing's entire body sank to the ground, and her face was pressed hard into the soil. Greetings to your 18 generations of ancestors, Yunxing felt as if her sternum had been crushed. The Shinno medical bracelet in her hand quickly repaired her broken shoulder bone, barely preventing her from fainting. After hearing Yunxing's angry roar, the fire lion bull seemed to have realized that Yunxing did not have any ill intentions. After she pricked it with the needle, the pain that had troubled it for many days seemed to have eased a lot. It retracted its hooves, but its eyes were still fixed on Yunxing's every move. Yunxing endured the pain in her body and took out the scalpel. Unfortunately, she had used up most of the mandala juice she had extracted. The needle just now was unable to completely anesthetize the fire lion bull. With the bone needle on it, the fire lion bull was a little more accepting of Yunxing's strange medical tools. Yunxing helped it cut off a few pieces of rotten flesh around it. The fire lion bull gradually let down its guard. Huang Linger also looked at the current environment. She realized that the ancient medical skills Yunxing used were very special. It was different from the doctors she had seen before. Just as she was wondering what kind of medical skills Yunxing had, she suddenly realized that Yunxing was winking at her. Huang Linger's heart skipped a beat. She quietly raised the magic scepter in her hand. Xiao Hei! Yunxing suddenly shouted. The scalpel in her hand that was originally cutting off the poisonous flesh was aimed at the fire lion bull's heart. She stabbed it fiercely, and the handle of the scalpel completely sank into the fire lion bull's body. Almost at the same time, Xiao Hei looked up to the sky and roared. The surroundings immediately darkened. The fire lion bull roared in pain. Its surroundings were pitch black, and it could not see anything. It ran around crazily, trying to find the two sinister girls. In the pitch-black darkness, several fireballs and lightning flashes shot out like a storm. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The smell of burnt flesh filled the forest. In the darkness, Huang Linger trembled. She secretly prayed in her heart, "You must be fine. Yunxing, you must be fine." It was not until the surroundings returned to normal and the sky gradually brightened that Huang Linger opened her eyes in fear. Not far away, the evil fire lion bull had already died of blood loss. Yunxing leaned against a tree not far away. Her face was pale. It was really dangerous just now. Thinking about it now, she was still a little scared. Huang Linger stood up shakily. She walked in front of Yunxing and suddenly hugged her, crying loudly. Chapter 56. Why did you save me? You clearly hate me. Huang Linger wiped her eyes after she felt better from crying. Yunxing really wanted to reply that it was because she was rich. She actually wanted to ask if the bounty that Huang Ling had promised to those bounty hunters still counted. However, seeing the little girl crying like a red-eyed rabbit, she couldn't bring herself to ask, so she simply smiled. Huang Ling, who was infected by Yunxing's smile, also smiled embarrassedly. The two of them could be considered to have forgotten their enmity with a smile. That fire lion bull was already dead. The two of them actually worked together, and by a freak combination of factors, they managed to kill a wanted magical beast. After experiencing this life and death calamity, the two girls could be considered to have established a revolutionary friendship. That fire lion bull is a mutated beast. Let's go and take a look to see what attribute the spirit stone in its body is. We are here to look for spirit stones. Yunxing rested for a while and recovered some of her strength. Only then did the two of them remember the purpose of entering the Yuwu mountain range. Unexpectedly, when they went to look for the fire lion bull again, they found that the huge fire lion bull was actually circling around Xiaohei, secretly nibbling on it from time to time. They found that Xiaohei's stomach was so round that it almost touched the ground. That fire lion bull's body was at least 10 times bigger than Xiaohei. This is your little dog. It's so powerful, it actually dared to eat the fire lion bull. Huang Ling had also noticed the little dog that Yunxing had been holding in her hands. Because Xiaohei's appearance was really worlds apart from an ordinary fierce beast, Huang Ling didn't associate Xiaohei with a beast at all. She remembered the scene when the sky suddenly turned dark. In her memory, that little dog let out a wolf-like howl. A little dog that could make the sky change color in an instant and plunge the surroundings into darkness. Without Yunxing's words, Huang Ling also knew that this was a beast, and an extremely rare one at that. Are you a summoner? Finding out that Yunxing was a summoner was much more shocking than finding out that Yunxing's medical skills were brilliant. Huang Ling stammered. She suddenly realized that she had always thought that she was a genius because she had dual magic powers. However, compared to the girl in front of her who was 1 year younger than her, she was simply too weak. Yunxing's expression changed slightly. She didn't want to tell anyone that she was a summoner, but now Huang Ling knew. She frowned inwardly. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone that you have such a powerful beast. Huang Ling had long heard that summoners were a special existence among magicians. Yunxing had such a powerful beast, but she was still young. If someone found out, it was very likely that someone would snatch her beast. As if to prove that she wouldn't tell Yunxing's secret, Huang Ling tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she patted her chest and pretended to speak like an adult. I'll also tell you a secret. Actually, my name is not Huang Ling I'm Dong Huang Ling The current king of Dongdu is my elder brother. She originally thought that after revealing her identity, Yunxing would hurriedly kneel down and kowtow like the others, but Yunxing didn't have any reaction at all. She only replied with an "Oh." What Eastern Emperor and Western Emperor? To her, it wasn't as important as the soul stone on the fire lion bull in front of her. Since Dong Huang Ling had promised that she wouldn't tell anyone that she was a summoner, she didn't intend to pursue the matter. Just when the two of them were talking, Xiaohei had already jumped down from Yunxing's arms. It used its chubby dog legs to dig under the fire lion bull's body. A stone-like thing fell out from the fire lion bull's body. Soul stone. Yunxing grabbed onto Xiaohei's neck and moved its chubby body away. Xiaohei let out a howl in dissatisfaction. Its pair of black eyes were filled with greed. It obviously knew that the soul stone was the essence of a demonic beast. Yunxing felt that it was funny. She scolded with a smile, "When did you become so greedy? Don't worry, the demonic beast meat on its body is enough for you to eat." Yunxing gave Xiaohei a warning look. Xiao Hei could only tuck its tail between its legs and gnaw on a piece of demonic beast bone. Yunxing inspected the magical beast soul stone and discovered that it was a lightning-type magical beast soul stone. It was a pity that it wasn't suitable for her. Yunxing didn't mind it and threw the soul stone to Dong Huangling. Meditate immediately and let the magic scepter absorb the soul stone. Yunxing didn't hide anything. You're giving the soul stone to me. This is a 5th level soul stone. If you give it to me, what will happen to your soul stone? Dong Huangling had a surprised look on her face. This was a 5th level demonic beast soul stone, something that could only be found by chance. It's not suitable for me. I'd rather go without than have something substandard. Hurry up. If you're late, the soul stone's magic power will be depleted. Once the soul stone left the body, if one didn't have a special preservation tool, the magic power stored in the soul stone would disappear very quickly. This was the first time Yunxing hunted a demonic beast by herself, and she wasn't fully prepared. Thus, she could only give the soul stone to Dong Huangling. Yunxing continued to search the stomach of the fire lion bull. Not only did demonic beasts have flesh and blood, their internal organs were also good stuff. Compared to the soul stones bought from the magic equipment store, the soul stone that just left the body had the strongest magic power. After being absorbed by the magic scepter, the soul stone would also have the highest magic compatibility. Dong Huangling naturally knew this point. Thus, she didn't stand on ceremony. She placed the soul stone in front of her and placed the magic scepter on her lap. Then, she sat down cross-legged and chanted softly. Yunxing searched the body of the fire lion bull for a while and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. She took out another item from the stomach of the fire lion bull. One of the items was actually a soul stone. This was really strange. It was already very good for a demonic beast to have one soul stone. She didn't expect that this fire lion bull would actually have 2 soul stones. No wonder the hunters called this fire lion bull a mutated demonic beast. It turned out that its mutation wasn't because of its mutated soul stone. Instead, compared to other demonic beasts, it had an extra soul stone. From Yunxing's point of view, this was still understandable. After all, Yunxing was a doctor. She had also seen some patients who had 2 hearts. After carefully inspecting the attributes of the soul stone, Yunxing was pleasantly surprised to find that it was a fire attribute soul stone. And this soul stone that she just took out was slightly bigger than the one that Dong Huangling had. The soul stone was filled with violent fire attribute magic power. On top of the soul stone, there was also a trace of radiance. Just by holding it in her hand, Yunxing felt as if the soul stone was alive. It was trembling non-stop, just like a heart. There seems to be something special about the soul stone. Without further ado, I will also start fusing with the soul stone. Yunxing ordered Xiao Hei to guard the surroundings. Ever since the fire lion bull started living in this area, the demonic beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain range didn't dare to casually come close to this area. This also provided an excellent environment for Yunxing and Dong Huangling to fuse with the soul stone. Chapter 57. It has been 3 days since Yunxing and Dong Huangling entered the mountain range. Around dusk, the sun was slowly setting. Qi Wu and the others were still waiting for Yunxing and Dong Huangling to return. Mu Shuiwei was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression. Why isn't she out yet? It has already been 3 days and 3 nights. With their speed, they should have already traversed through the entire central region of the mountain range. Why isn't little Miss back yet? Don't worry, we haven't seen any signal from the fire beacon arrow for the past 3 days. It seems that the 2 of them didn't encounter any danger. It might also be possible that the two of them have already found a suitable demonic beast and started to fuse with the soul stone. Chi Wu was much calmer than Mu Shueiyue. Yun Songhai, who was at the side, also had a calm expression. Oh no. It would have been fine if Mu Shueiyue didn't mention the fusion of soul stones. The moment Mu Shueiyue mentioned the fusion of soul stones, she jumped up as if she was electrocuted. Great Magus Mu, can you not be so flustered? A warrior grumbled. This is really bad. When little miss entered the forest, I only reminded her to pay attention to her safety. I forgot to tell her that with her strength, she can only fuse with a soul stone that is 60 years old and below. Mu Shueiyue was worried that little miss would randomly fuse with a soul stone after killing a demonic beast. Fusing with a soul stone is also very particular. However, most of the newbies who had just become a mage didn't notice this point. They only knew that fusing with a soul stone of a demonic beast of the same attribute is enough. However, they didn't know that fusing with a soul stone is very particular. To a newbie mage, a soul stone of a suitable age means a stronger magic power. If they were to fuse with a soul stone of a lower age, it would affect their magic cultivation in the future. However, if they were to fuse with a soul stone of the highest age, then the mage's magic soul might be broken by the powerful demonic beast's magic power. The more attributes a mage possesses, the more magic power they can fuse with. For example, a mage can only fuse with a soul stone that is 50 years old at most. Donghuang Ling is a dual elemental mage. Thus, she can fuse with a soul stone of a demonic beast by 10 years, and so on. As long as it was a magical beast of 3 or 4 elements, most of them could fulfill this requirement. Sigh, you women just love to worry for nothing. Chi Wu was unconcerned. If it's more than 60 years old, then it's at least a level 4 or level 5 magical beast. Do you think that 2 new mages who just learned magic can hunt a level 5 magical beast? Besides, there might not be any level 5 magical beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain range. What do you think, Brother Yun? Yun Songhai did not answer. The sun had already reached the other side of the mountain. Based on his understanding of his daughter, Yun Xing, she should have returned on time as promised. Could it be that something had really happened to him since he hadn't returned yet? At this moment, Yun Sheng and Donghuang Linger were still fusing with the fiery lion bull's soul stone that they had just obtained. The two of them did not realize that they were currently facing the most urgent crisis in their short lives. The 2 soul stones of the fiery lion bull were indeed not ordinary. In terms of age, the lightning elemental soul stone, as the secondary soul stone of the fiery lion bull, was close to 90 years old. As for Yunxing's fire elemental soul stone, it was even more terrifying. As the primary soul stone, it was close to 130 years old. No matter if it was Mu Shueiyue or Yun Songhai, neither of them had warned them beforehand that they could not fuse with the soul stones beyond the age limit. After all, they had all taken it for granted that Yunxing and Donghuang Linger would not be able to kill a level 4 magical beast with their abilities. Fire and lightning were the 2 major attributes that were extremely strong and fierce. When Yunxing and Donghuang Linger were chanting, the magical power of the soul stones was drawn out. They turned into 2 magic pythons that coiled around the empty magic scepters. One was red and the other was purple. Xiao He, who was lying at the side, opened her eyes wide as she looked at the 2 streams of magical power that were sucking in and out of the magic scepters. They left the magic scepters behind and coiled around Yunxing and Donghuang Linger. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were completely wrapped up by the red and purple magic snakes. The 2 girls felt suffocated. A majestic magical power was continuously tearing their bodies apart. At this very moment, the 2 of them had already discovered that the age of the 2 soul stones might have exceeded the limit that the 2 of them could endure. However, they were already in a difficult situation. If they were to stop meditating now, the two magic pythons would definitely devour their magical souls without any hesitation. If that were to happen, even if the two of them were to successfully escape, they would become cripples when they woke up, becoming a magical trash. This thought only stayed in the minds of the two girls for a short moment before it was firmly rejected by the two of them. At the same time, they sped up their chanting. In their small bodies, the magical souls that were suppressed to death were once again active. A green and purple light flickered. Above Dong Huanglinger's head, a magical soul appeared. However, her magical soul wasn't like the cloud-shaped one that Yunxing saw earlier. Dong Huanglinger's magical soul had a strange shape. It was like an ancient musical instrument. As Dong Huanglinger's chanting sped up, the musical instrument let out a loud boom, releasing a majestic demonic sound. The spirit snake immediately dissipated. The ancient bell gradually shrunk and finally disappeared into Dong Huanglinger's body. On Dong Huanglinger's magic scepter, a purple light flashed. That was the sign that the fusion of the magical beast soul stone was about to be completed. Looking at Yunxing's side, her situation was even more critical than Dong Huanglinger's. After all, the age of her fire-type magical beast soul stone was much higher. At the moment when the five-colored magical soul appeared, the crimson magic spirit snake opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow the multicolored magic soul cloud in one gulp. However, when it saw the cold black color within the five-colored magical soul cloud, fear appeared in the eyes of the magic spirit snake, which didn't have human intelligence. As if it had seen the most terrifying thing, the magic spirit snake dodged and drilled into Yunxing's magic scepter. On the surface of the magic scepter, a fiery red color appeared. Magic fusion, complete. Almost at the same time, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger opened their eyes. The two of them looked at each other and blurted out at the same time, "I succeeded." The two of them leaped up and held on to their magic scepters. Dong Huanglinger chanted a wind-type magic spell. Below her, a gentle breeze swept over. Dong Huanglinger's clothes fluttered in the wind, and like a leaf, her body was immediately lifted up. Levitation technique. Yunxing did not show any signs of weakness. She slid the magic scepter in her hand, and a few extremely fierce flames danced in the air like cannonballs. With a boom, the surrounding trees were instantly destroyed, and turned into a raging sea of fire. A 90-year-old lightning-type soul stone. A 130-year-old fire-type soul stone. After successfully fusing with a soul stone that had exceeded the maximum age that they could fuse with, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's strength both achieved a breakthrough. However, when Yunxing fused with the magic soul stone, she also comprehended a new type of fire-type magic from the soul stone, flame burst. Chapter 58. Just as Yun Songhai and the others who were waiting in the middle of Yuwu mountain range were burning with anxiety and were planning to enter the mountain range to look for Yunxing and Luo Shueiyue, two long-awaited figures walked out under the moonlight. Seeing that the two of them were safe and sound and only looked a little tired, Mu Shueiyue heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're back. It doesn't matter if you didn't find the soul stone. Actually, not many magicians get their first soul stone by themselves." Mu Shueiyue was a little resentful towards Qi Wu. "What training, little miss?" Little miss was covered in blood and she had lost a lot of weight. These 3 days were probably the toughest days of her life. Yun Songhai also saw his daughter, but unlike Mu Shueiyue, he noticed something in his daughter's eyes. Compared to 3 days ago when they entered Yuwu mountain range, his daughter seemed to have grown a little. As for Qi Wu, he was dumbfounded. "The two of you, his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, right?" The little miss was actually holding hands with Yunxing as they walked out. Moreover, when Mu Shueiyue handed the water and rations to the little miss, she actually gave them to Yunxing first. Heavens, is this still the unruly and willful little miss that I know? Who said that we didn't find the soul stone? Look at our magic scepter. Dong Huanglinger proudly showed her magic scepter. On top of the magic scepter, there was an additional purple soul stone. When they saw the purple soul stone, Qi Wu and Mu Shuiwe were shocked. That was a lightning-type soul stone. Furthermore, it was a soul stone that was at least 80 to 90 years old. Little miss. How can you fuse with such an old soul stone? It's too dangerous. Mu Shuiwe was so shocked that she almost stopped breathing. Even if she wanted to fuse with such an old soul stone, she would need the help of a magician of a higher rank. Thinking of how Little Miss managed to fuse with such an old soul stone, Mu Shuiwe was so scared that her hands and feet turned cold. So what? Dong Huanglinger was unconvinced. She pointed at Yunsheng and said, Yunsheng is more powerful than me. She fused with a fire-type soul stone. That soul stone is at least 100 years old and she is still fine. What? 100 years old soul stone. What kind of little monsters were they? Ordinary magicians would fuse with 10 or 20-year-old soul stones for their first magic soul stone. After becoming an archmagus, they would start fusing with 50 to 100-year-old soul stones. They actually jumped over it on the first try. Mu Shuiwe suddenly felt that she was half a head shorter. It had to be known that her first soul stone was 20 years old. Even her second soul stone was only 85 years old. All the warriors present, including Mu Shuiwe, and even Yun Sanghai, who had always been incomparably calm, could not help but change their expressions. Yun Sanghai grabbed Yunsheng and looked at her daughter from head to toe. Father, I'm fine. Actually, the magic fusion isn't as dangerous as you make it out to be. Ling and I are fine, aren't we? Yunsheng took out her magic scepter for him to inspect upon seeing the worry on her father's face. Fire magic scepter. Magic compatibility, 80%. Lightning magic scepter, magic compatibility, 70%. After Yun Sanghai inspected the two magic scepters, he discovered that the fusion rate between the two magic scepters and the soul stones was very good. Generally speaking, as long as the fusion rate between the magic scepter and the soul stone exceeded 50%, it would be considered good. The higher the fusion rate between the magic scepter and the soul stone, the smoother it would be when fusing with the second magic soul stone. Furthermore, what was even more gratifying was that after the two children obtained such old soul stones, their ability to use magic had increased. Without any external interference, the two of them were able to fuse with the soul stones so perfectly just by relying on their own magic power. No matter if it was because the two of them were lucky or because the two of them were really talented, it was already very commendable. Even so, Yunsheng and Dong Huangling were still taught a lesson by their respective elders. After the lesson, Yunsheng and Dong Huangling glanced at each other. That gaze, in the eyes of the elders, was extremely strange. Mu Shuiwe was a woman, and her thoughts were more meticulous. She suddenly thought of a question. Where did the two of you get your soul stones from? A 130-year soul stone and a 90-year soul stone, didn't that mean, we were just about to talk about this. We encountered a rank 5 mutated demonic beast, and it seemed to be a wanted demonic beast. When we found it, it was already dying. There were a few hunters beside it, and it looked like both sides were injured. That demonic beast was poisoned, and the two of us waited beside it for 2 days and 2 nights before it finally died. We took the opportunity to dig out the soul stone from its body. The two girls recounted vividly. The two of them had already practiced this speech 8 to 10 times on the way back, and it was very vivid. Wanted demonic beast. Mu Shuiwe only felt her vision turn white, and in the next second, she fainted from the shock. In the end, the Fire Lion Bowl was still carried out by Chi Wu and a few other warriors. The Fire Lion Bowl's enormous body and sturdy bones made Chi Wu and the others gasp in shock. This rank 5 wanted demonic beast was very strong, but its body was poisoned, and it even suffered a fatal blow at its chest. There were indeed a few hunters around it who had already died. In addition to what Yunxing and Mu Shuiwa said, it was reasonable. The lords believed the two men's words. When Chi Wu and the others carried the demonic beast's bones out, they found out that this demonic beast was indeed a wanted demonic beast, and a C-class one at that. The few of them handed the demonic beast's bones to the local guards and received a considerable reward. Yun Songhai and Chi Wu each received half of the reward. This Mount Yuwu trial could be said to be a blessing in disguise. Not only did the two of them become great magicians, Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger also became good friends. The moment of separation still came. After Dong Huanglinger obtained her first demonic beast soul stone, she was about to return to the eastern capital. Yunsheng, you are my first friend. Dong Huanglinger looked at Yunsheng reluctantly. Linger, you are also my first friend. Although the two of them didn't get along well in the beginning, after experiencing life and death and knowing each other's secrets, they were already honest with each other. In the carriage, Mu Shuiwa was already urging Dong Huanglinger. Who said that only men's friendship was forged with fists? Women's friendship could also be forged with fists. Will we have a chance to meet again? Dong Huanglinger wiped the corner of her eyes. She really couldn't bear to part with Yunxing. If fate allows, we will meet again. Yunxing waved her hand as she watched Dong Huanglinger get on the carriage. The carriage moved forward, and when they turned into a fork, Dong Huanglinger suddenly popped her head out. Yunxing, I will be going to the Magic Academy in the Eastern Capital. If there is a chance, let's meet again in the Eastern Capital. Chapter 59. Seeing that Yunsheng was watching Dong Huanglinger and the others leave, Yun Songhai's gaze turned slightly heavy. Sheng you are already 6 years old. In another 2 years, you will be entering the Magic Academy. Dong Huanglinger's words reminded Yun Songhai that Yunxing couldn't stay by his side all the time. She had to learn magic systematically. When Yun Songhai initially planned to bring Yunxing out of Banana Leaf Village, he only wanted to send Yunxing back to the Yun family so that she could learn medicine. But now, Yunxing already possessed the rarely seen 5-colored magic soul. She also obtained her first type of fire elemental magic. With such talent, it would be a waste for her to only learn medicine. Father, what is a magic academy? If I must enter a magic academy, why don't I go to the East Capital Magic Academy that Linger mentioned? Through Dong Huanglinger, Yunxing opened up a whole new world. That world was something that Yunxing had never come into contact with when she was in Banana Leaf Village. Through Yun Songhai's explanation, Yunxing knew what a magic academy was. In the boundless world, children who could sense the elements of magic could choose to enter the elementary magic academy in the country once they reached the age of 6. Of course, the children could also directly join the local temple and enter the magic training system that was directly under the temple. In the magic academy, the magic apprentices would be systematically taught all kinds of magic knowledge. According to their ranks, the magic academies in the continent were divided into elementary magic academies, intermediate magic academies, and advanced magic academies. The elementary magic academies only accepted magic apprentices. The intermediate magic academies only accepted magic apprentices and above. As for the advanced magic academies, they were also known as the continent's magic elite camp. Only the magicians recommended by the various magic academies and temples could enter. There is a magic academy in Jade Capital. As for the magic academy in the East Capital, Sheng, you are very sensible. Father thinks that there are some things that I should tell you earlier. Dong Huang Linger's identity isn't simple. You two can be friends now, but in the future, if you were to join the Magic Academy and become a member of Zhou State's Magic Academy, your relationship with her would most likely become hostile. With regards to Dong Huang Linger's identity, Yun Songhai somewhat knew about it. He was from the eastern capital and had several experts protecting him. Dong Huang was young but had a noble aura. He must be from the Imperial Palace. I already know. Ling said that her brother is the Emperor of Dongdu. Yun Sheng was not surprised. She came from modern times. In her opinion, status was not important. Most importantly, she and Dong Huang Ling were each other's first friends. She is indeed someone from the Dong Huang clan. Xing do you still remember what father told you about the few powerful countries in the boundless continent? Yun Songhai hugged his daughter and placed her on his lap. Like a true loving father, he began to talk about the stormy past of the boundless world. The 5 powerful countries are later Qin, Pinglai, Immortal Abode, Zhou State, and Tangyuan. Yun Xing had a photographic memory. When she was in Banana Leaf Village, she did not know much about the history of the continent. However, she still heard about it from Yun Songhai. Through Yun Songhai's narration, Yun Xing knew that the 5 powerful countries were once 1,000 years ago. They were all part of the Dong Huang dynasty. At that time, the Dong Huang dynasty was powerful and unparalleled in the boundless continent. However, since the death of the greatest monarch in the history of the continent, Dong Huang Liming, 1,000 years ago, the Dong Huang dynasty declined day by day. Finally, more than 900 years ago, the 5 great countries led the way and split up. In the Dong Huang dynasty, the most powerful forces were the magicians, warriors, and a summoner. They split up and formed the new structure of the continent. Because the 5 powerful countries were similar in strength, they secretly discussed to keep the Dong Huang dynasty as a puppet in the eastern capital. In the past few hundred years, the direct descendants of the royal family had been assassinated and poisoned. The previous emperor of the Dong Huang dynasty only lived to 35 years old and passed away early. Furthermore, the rulers of the various countries also restricted the direct descendants of the Dong Huang dynasty from learning magic and combat skills. This is also why Huang Ling, as a noble princess, only dared to bring a few bodyguards and maids with average strength to secretly come to such an unremarkable place like the Moon Crow Mountain range to search for Devil Beast soul stones. Yun Songhai didn't want to restrict Yun Xing's circle of friends. Dong Huang Ling was still young, and she still retained the pride of the royal family. She also did not know that the royal power would become the heaviest shackle on her in the future. She also did not know that it was impossible to learn powerful magic in the Eastern Capital's Magic Academy. Yun Songhai also knew that as a citizen of Zhou State, if Yun Xing returned to the Yun family, she might one day stand on the opposite side of Dong Huang Ling. Yun Xing lowered her head and thought seriously, "Father, even if this is the case, she is still my friend. I will never stand on the opposite side of my friends." Yun Songhai looked at his daughter's determined eyes, as if he saw his ex-wife in her. "Silly child, you'll know when you grow up a bit. You must be tired these days. Now that we're a bit more well off, I'll go rent a carriage in the city and head to Jade Capital." Yun Songhai rented a carriage in the city. He didn't hire a coachman, and instead drove the carriage himself. The carriage was much more comfortable than riding a horse. Yun Xing took out the moon crow fruit and withered butterfly vine that she collected from the Moon Crow Mountain range and started to concoct meditation water. Before Yun Xing learned how to use magic, she did not know the importance of meditation water. But now that she learned the flame critical strike, she realized that she did not have enough magic power. With my current physical strength, using the flame critical strike once will almost deplete all the magic power in my body. Under the state of meditation, my recovery is too slow. No wonder I need meditation water. Yunxing then started to concoct meditation water. The concoction of meditation water required the use of magic flames. Yunxing took out a moon crow fruit and pinched it in her hand. The outer shell of the moon crow fruit was very similar to that of a pine nut. It had a hard outer shell, and only fire could melt its outer shell. The fruit juice wrapped in the hard outer shell could be used to concoct meditation water. Yunxing circulated the fire magic power in her body. After fusing with a soul stone, her control over magic became more acute. Blazing fire elements enveloped the fruit. After the hard outer shell melted, a white fruit ore was revealed. Yunxing also refined the withered butterfly vine. Yunxing realized that by using fire elements to process medicine, the medicinal properties of the herbs were better preserved. A bottle of meditation water was successfully concocted. The father and daughter continued forward, getting closer and closer to Yujing City. But in the unknown front, there was a restless danger waiting for the father and daughter. None of them could imagine what kind of changes this danger would bring to Yunxing. Chapter 60. Unknowingly, Yunxing and Yunsanghai had already entered the central region of Zhou State. In the central region of Zhou State, there was a vast and soft sandstone plain. This region lacked the lush vegetation of Banana Leaf Village. It was windy but not rainy, and the weather was very dry. On windy days, the sand and stones would hit the carriage's frame, making a creaking sound. On this day, Yunsanghai stopped the horse and looked up at the sky, frowning without saying a word. Yunxing noticed that the carriage had stopped and lifted the curtain. For some reason, the sunlight in this area was very dim and weak. Looking at the sky, it was dim and gloomy. It was very similar to the smoggy city in the north where Yunxing had lived in her previous life. It was very difficult to see the color of the sky. Father. Yunxing keenly noticed that Yunsanghai's expression was very serious. In the wasteland in front of them, there was a small group of people that looked like a centipede moving forward. Father, who are those people? Yunxing's eyesight was very good. She even saw the true appearance of the centipede before Yunsanghai. It was a group of refugees made up of the old, weak, women, and children. Everyone's face was yellow and thin, and their clothes were shabby. It's refugees. Yunsanghai also saw the appearance of the group. Yunsanghai had been to the central region of Zhou State in his early years. In his memory, this place was not so desolate. Why would such a large group of refugees suddenly appear? The group of refugees had already reached the front of the carriage. Sister, do you have water? A 4 or 5-year-old child walked over and pitifully grabbed the curtain of the carriage. His lips were already cracked like the bark of an old tree. The Yun father and daughter had not brought enough water and dry food along the way. If they took it out rashly, it would only lead to a fight. The few men in the group had an ominous look in their eyes and rushed out like vicious dogs. They looked like they wanted to snatch the luggage of Yunxing and the others. Almost in an instant, a wall of fire rose from the ground. The wall of fire was indestructible and shot out fierce flames. The men who intended to commit murder were frightened. They were all inexplicably terrified. A magician, it was a magician. Sir Magician. The men fell to their knees with a few thuds. Honorable Sir Magician, please save us. Yunsanghai hid the magic scepter in his hand under his clothes. His face was full of vigilance. He was not a kind man. To him, his daughter's safety was more important than anything else. Yunsanghai's fire wall was fierce and scorching, causing the surrounding temperature to rise by a lot in an instant. The men saw that Yunsanghai was indifferent and stood up in disappointment. They pulled the begging children and helped the dying old man and slowly moved forward. They had long been accustomed to the indifference of passers-by. Along the way, they had begged countless passers-by, but when they heard that name, their expressions changed greatly. "Wait a minute," Yun Songhai suddenly said. He caught a glimpse of the family emblem embroidered on the luggage of an old man at the front of the group. The emblem was a symbol in the shape of an auspicious cloud. The villagers still had some misgivings about Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai removed the wall of fire. At this time, at the back of the group, a young and weak child could not bear the fatigue of the journey and fainted. No matter how his relatives beside him called out, there was no response. Seeing this, Yunxing quickly stepped forward. "Father, he has a heatstroke. If he is not treated in time, he will die," Yunxing said and ordered the men to carry the child to the carriage. The area within a radius of a few miles was barren. Only the carriage could serve as a temporary shelter. Yunxing immediately opened a bag of water for the child, sprinkled some salt in the water and fed the child a few mouthfuls. Heatstroke could be serious or minor. If it was not treated in time, people would die, especially the weak children and the elderly. Yunxing took out a bone needle and poked a few needles on the child's forehead. After some black blood was removed, the child's complexion became slightly better. While Yunxing was treating the child, Yun Songhai had already started chatting with an elder in the group. "Sir, if I am not wrong, this area is the territory of the Marshal Saint General's residence. You should be the general's subordinates. Leaving your territory without permission is a capital offense. Why did you leave your territory for no reason?" In the boundless land, meritorious officials and the royal family would be rewarded after achieving military merits. The land that was given was the territory, and the people who lived in the territory for generations were the subordinates. The subordinates were equivalent to the private property of the lord. Without the lord's orders, they could not leave without permission, nor could they move their family. "Honorable Sir Magician, it is not that we are not afraid of death, but we have a home that we cannot return to. Our village originally had more than 2,000 people. Ever since that strange cloud came to our village, only these people are left." The elder who was talking to Yun Songhai was the village chief of the village. He sighed and told Yun Songhai that he was indeed a subordinate of the Marshal Saint General's residence. Their village had been living well nearby. About half a month ago, a red cloud floated over the village. The villagers did not pay attention to it at first and only thought that it was a strange cloud. However, as the days passed, strange things happened in the village ever since that cloud appeared. First, the livestock in the village died one after another. Then, the well water dried up. Finally, even the crops in the village died. The scariest thing was that the cloud in the sky kept getting bigger. At this moment, our entire village was shrouded by that cloud. Every once in a while, a strange gust of wind would rise from the cloud and suck in dozens of villagers. By the time the villagers realized that something was wrong, more than half of the villagers had already been sucked in by the strange cloud. A strange cloud that could suck people in. Yun Songhai's expression was grave. "Something like this happened? You didn't report it to the general's residence?" The territory was equivalent to the personal property of the lord. Therefore, any incident that happened must be reported to the lord first. The lord would then send the experts of the family to inspect. "We did. We sent them 10 days ago. The villagers who sent the letter have not returned yet. Seeing that the villagers are getting fewer and fewer day by day, I could only risk the death penalty and bring the villagers to a nearby village." The village chief could not help but cry. "Shenghe, you stay here with the villagers. I will go ahead and take a look." Yun Songhai told Yunxing to stay where she was. He left the carriage for Yunxing and went ahead to explore the village. The Marshal Saint General's residence. Yunxing could not help but look at the villagers. Yunxing realized that these people were most likely the subordinates of the Yun family. No wonder her father acted abnormally and intervened in this matter. A strange cloud that could suck people in. Was it a monster or an unknown magical beast? What kind of monster was it? She was worried about her father and wanted to go and take a look. They heard the neighing of horses and the screams of women. Everyone looked back and saw a moon-white carriage rushing over at lightning speed. Pulling the carriage were two exceptionally beautiful Gaul horses. Their necks were tall and their hair was dense. Their entire body was white, and not a single strand of hair could be found from head to toe. Driving the carriage were two twins. They were dressed in gorgeous magic robes and looked very delicate. At first glance, one could tell that they were of extraordinary birth. A pregnant village woman was frightened and fell in front of the carriage. Chapter 61. The woman fell to the ground. Her body was wet, and her amniotic fluid had broken. However, it turned red again after a while. That woman was the mother of the child who suffered from heatstroke earlier. Her husband was sucked into the strange cloud 10 days ago, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The woman endured the pain and fled with the villagers with her young child. Earlier, her child had fainted for no reason. Although Yunsheng had saved him, she had been frightened and her fetus had been affected. Xiao He, follow them and find father. If there is any situation, tell me immediately. Yunsheng had no choice but to let Xiao He go to find Yun Sanghai first. Water. Village chief, order people to find some clean water from the nearest water source and thicker blankets. No, we have to find a place where she can give birth and order people to boil a pot of water. Yunsheng looked at the horse carriage. Although they were not the ones who hit the person, the horse carriage was frightened after all. The two twins in the horse carriage looked indifferent and also got down from the carriage to greet them. The person in the horse carriage was also silent. It was covered tightly with the best quality snow mist silk satin, and they could not tell whether it was a man or a woman sitting inside. Everyone, stop the horse carriage. Yunsheng saw that the woman was sweating profusely and was in a hurry to give birth. The woman could not be exposed to the wind and could only give birth in a horse carriage. That horse carriage was suitable. It was a matter of life and death. When the villagers heard this, they all mustered up their courage and rushed forward, wanting to stop the horse carriage. Unruly people. You don't know what's good for you. The one on the left of the two twins in the horse carriage saw a group of refugees in shabby clothes suddenly appear in front of them, and his delicate little face was filled with disgust. The magic scepter in his hand flashed with a green light, and a biting cold wind blade rose from the ground and slashed at the refugees who were blocking the road. The one on the right waved his whip and urged the horse carriage to leave. Bang! The dust in front of them surged, and a sharp spike rose from the ground and collided with the wind blade. Seeing that the other party had made a move, Yunsheng did not back down and immediately drank a bottle of meditation potion. Bang, bang, bang. Just like a sharpshooter shooting bullets, a series of spikes rose from the ground. The two horses pulling the carriage were frightened and neighed, and had no choice but to stop. Who? How dare you obstruct the Dharma Temple's carriage? When the boy on the left saw that his wind magic had been countered, he was so angry that he jumped down from the carriage. The boy on the right had a cautious expression as he scanned the crowd. The villagers gathered around them, and the village chief walked forward. Little brothers, are you from the Dharma Temple? There's a woman in our village who is about to give birth. I hope that your carriage can shelter her from the wind and sand. When he heard that he had to borrow a carriage to give birth, the little magician from the temple was shocked. What? No. The one in the carriage is our Lord Si Ming. We have urgent matters to attend to, so please move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The other little magician looked much colder, but he also stood in front of the carriage. He quickly waved the magic scepter in his hand, and several icicles blocked the villagers who were swarming over. In the carriage, a white-robed young man sitting cross-legged in meditation heard the commotion outside. He opened his eyes. Outside the carriage window, there was an argument going on. A bloody hand pulled open the curtains. "Hey! Who are you?" The little magician driving the carriage only just realized that a reckless girl had gone around the back of the carriage and climbed into it. The girl was young, but she was very agile. In just a few moments, she had climbed into the carriage, which was more than twice her height. "Get down, your carriage has been requisitioned." Yunxing did not care about the threat. She climbed into the carriage. This person must be obsessed with cleanliness. There was not a speck of dust on the carriage. The table and the tea set were all wiped clean. This was Yunxing's first reaction when she entered the carriage. This person must be obsessed with white. The entire carriage was a world of white. It was whiter than any hospital Yunxing had visited in her previous life. This was Yunxing's second reaction when she entered the carriage. This person, Yunxing's third reaction was. It was too unfair. How could someone look like this? The carriage was not big, but it was still spacious. Under the weak sunlight, a near-perfect face was reflected in Yunxing's eyes. The creator was so amazing. He had actually put the world's most standard and beautiful accessories on the same jade-like flawless face. This is my carriage. Not only the face, but even the voice was as pleasant as spring water. However, the owner of the voice had a strange expression. His amber eyes were a little mischievous. Outside the carriage, the pregnant woman's cries could be heard again. She must not be seduced by a man. Yunxing pulled open the curtains and kicked the young man sitting in the carriage out. In their eyes, the high and mighty lord was kicked out like a ball. Lord Ming. The two children's faces changed in shock as they rushed forward. The young man in the carriage did not expect that a little girl would have such strength. The moment he was kicked out of the carriage, his body swayed and he stood up steadily. God knew that their Lord Ming was born with mysophobia. Not only did that dirty refugee sneak into the carriage, but he also dared to treat their Lord like this. The young man brushed off the dust on his body. His handsome eyes fell on the pregnant woman and the little girl in the carriage. The pregnant woman was already exhausted. Because of the delay just now, her body was covered in blood. She was already exhausted and on the verge of death. The little girl who snatched the carriage stood on the carriage and pulled open the curtains. She instructed the villagers to carry the pregnant woman into the carriage. She nimbly chose two strong village women to get into the carriage. After a while, the curtains of the carriage were pulled down. The young man shook his head, as if he did not agree with the little girl's actions. Although it was just a quick glance, he could see that there was something wrong with the position of the woman's fetus. She probably would not be able to give birth. Lord Ming, there's the aura of the beast blood cloud nearby, the less talkative of the two children said in a low voice. In the carriage, a woman got out anxiously. Village chief, it's not good. I'm afraid we can't keep it. The child is stuck and can't be born. When the village chief heard this, his old face turned ashen. He did not know what to do. The more talkative of the two children curled his lips. Who told you to snatch our carriage? Now, 2 lives are lost. The other child glanced at the young man. The young man did not speak. He wanted to see how that domineering little girl would solve this thorny problem. Miss, you can't do this. You'll kill someone. The other village woman in the carriage cried out in shock. The young man could not help but step forward and pull open the curtains. Chapter 62. The young man had just pulled open the curtains when another person was kicked out of the carriage. It was the village woman who had cried out in alarm just now. "You, come up and help." Yunxing saw that the woman was making a ruckus and simply chased her out. She couldn't help with the delivery alone. The young man didn't speak much and was from the Dharma temple. He must be proficient in treatment and should be able to help by the side. Seeing that the young man was still hesitating, Yunxing ignored the blood on her hand and pulled him up. "Hey, Lord." The talkative one of the two children almost fainted from anxiety. How could they, the Siming, see such filthy things? Oh my God, that damned refugee. Once the young man got on the carriage, he saw Yunxing put her hand under the pregnant woman's body as if she was searching for something. "Don't just stand there. Hold her hands and feet down and don't let her struggle." Yunxing was already covered in sweat. Her little hand kept searching for the place where the child was stuck. Based on her touch, she could feel that the child's neck was entangled by the umbilical cord. The young man could only brace himself and bear with the stench on his body as he held the pregnant woman's hands and feet down. After a while, the child was finally pulled out. However, the child's face was already pale. It was obvious that he had been suffocating for too long and had stopped breathing. "Child, my child." The pregnant woman weakly called out from the side. "It's too late," the young man said regretfully. He shook his head and couldn't help but take another look at the girl. Only then did he realize that she was only a child of 6 or 7 years old. However, what was with her serious gaze and her skillful hand gestures just now? Yunxing carried the baby and placed her hand on the baby's naked body. The baby's wet skin was cold and smooth, and his body temperature was dropping bit by bit. There was no breathing and no heartbeat. According to the standards of the boundless land, he was already a dead baby. She fell into silence. "He will come back to life." Yunxing suddenly looked up and glared at the young man. Yunxing didn't hesitate. Using her index and middle fingers, she pried open the baby's mouth. Then, she pressed her hand gently on the baby's forehead and held his chin. She gently blew twice and then pressed on his chest in an orderly manner. "Come to life." With every pulse, Yunxing's crisp voice accompanied her movements as she pressed the baby's chest again and again. "Come to life. Your mother is waiting for you." Her hands were red from the pressure, but her eyes were firm and resolute. After a quarter of an hour, the baby's discolored body gradually regained its red color. His curled-up limbs also slowly softened. Yunxing picked up the baby and slapped its butt twice. Finally, wah-wah, cries could be heard from inside the carriage. Outside the car, the villagers all wept with joy when they heard the cries. A new life added a glimmer of hope to this village that had suffered so much. It also added a glimmer of hope to a broken family. Outside the carriage, the two boys were surprised. Could it be that Si Ming had helped them? But before the great Si Ming left, he had clearly warned the young Si Ming that no matter what, he couldn't help anyone to change their fate. The two boys had been with the young man for 5 to 6 years now, so they knew a thing or two about physiognomy. The woman just now had a deathly aura on her face and her forehead was dark. She looked like she was about to die. If it wasn't for Si Ming's help, she wouldn't have been able to come back to life. "Don't just look. Take off your coat." The girl in the carriage and Si Ming alighted together. What made the two boys' eyes almost pop out of the window was that the domineering girl actually shamelessly asked Si Ming to take off his coat to use as a bandage for the baby. A trace of struggle flashed across Si Ming's handsome face, but he eventually took off his coat and handed it to the girl. When she handed over the coat, the girl's fingers touched the young man's fingers gently. Surprise flashed across the young man's eyes for a moment, but it was only for a moment. He quickly concealed the surprise in his eyes. "Village chief, here are some red ginseng, guayao and rock sugar." After you find a place to settle down, cook them for the pregnant woman to drink. She's bleeding a little. The children and the pregnant woman shouldn't be exposed to the wind these few days. Take the carriage and rush to the front. After half a day, you should be able to see other villages. Yunxing reeked of sweat. She didn't ask who the real owner of the carriage was, but directly arranged for the village chief to lead the villagers to the next village. Hey, do you have any shame? This is our carriage. Did Si Ming agree to lend you the carriage? Seeing Yunxing acting so matter-of-factly, the talkative boy couldn't stand it any longer. With his hands on his hips, he pointed at Yunxing and scolded. How much is my face worth? Is it more important than my life? You want me to sell it to you? Yunxing glared. Besides, are you still willing to take the carriage? The two boys were speechless at the same time. The carriage that the pregnant woman had stayed in was stained with blood and sweat. With their Si Ming's misophobia, they would definitely not want it. The young man in white shook his head. It was obvious that he didn't want the carriage anymore. I knew it. Yunxing had a knowing look. She packed her luggage and walked forward. Xiao He had already left for a while, but there was still no news. She didn't know how her father was doing. Wait a minute. The talkative boy magician couldn't help but call out to Yunxing. There's a beast blood cloud in front. Do you want to die? Beast blood cloud, are you talking about the strange cloud that eats people? My father has already gone ahead to check it out. Yunxing didn't care and continued to walk forward. Several icicles suddenly appeared in front of her. Among the boy magicians, the taciturn boy made a move. Don't be reckless. Your father is going to check it out. How can something like a beast blood cloud be checked by third-rate magicians like you? At this moment, I'm afraid he has already become a meal for the beast blood cloud. The talkative boy magician gloated. He saw that Yunxing was dressed simply. Although she knew magic, she didn't even have a basic magician's badge. He guessed that she was just a magician's apprentice who had just learned beginner magic not long ago. Miss, the beast blood cloud is giving birth to a high-level magical beast demon fetus. It's extremely dangerous. It's better if you don't go further. The young man in white suddenly opened his mouth and said. The two boys were stunned. Si Ming actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with someone. Si Ming was famous for being warm on the outside but cold on the inside. They had followed him for 5 to 6 years, and the number of times they had heard him speak could be counted with 2 hands. But today, he actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with this girl. Yunxing could also see that these people were not ordinary. She suddenly realized that her father might really be in danger. Who are you people? At this moment, a loud beast roar came from the front. The ground in front of them shook and a huge magical beast energy rose from the ground like a tornado. The whole ground shook as if it had experienced a tsunami earthquake. Father! An ominous premonition arose in Yunxing's heart. She didn't ask any more questions. With a stomp of her feet, she shot forward like an arrow. The young man ordered. He and the 2 other magicians followed closely behind Yunxing and rushed to the village in front of them. Chapter 63. 2 hours ago, Yun Sanghai left Yunxing behind and rushed to Jade Boat Village. Why didn't the residents of Yun send anyone over? 10 days was enough for them to bring the news to the Jade capital. Yunxing did not know what the strange cloud that the villagers were talking about was, but Yun Sanghai knew. Dutian Beast Blood Cloud. Only the beast blood cloud that floated out of the Dutian blood world would devour all life around it. The beast blood cloud was a terrifying existence that made all the powerful people in the boundless land tremble in fear for the past 1,000 years. Legend had it that at the easternmost part of the boundless land, at the peak of the East Sea, there was a man-made seal of the Cloud Sea. Sealed within the seal was a beast blood cloud sea. That beast blood cloud sea was known as the Dutian beast blood cloud world. That cloud sea was formed from the blood, flesh, evil spirits, and souls of countless demonic beasts that were slaughtered in the boundless land. Although the seal existed, a crack would appear in the seal every 10 years. The blood cloud and the Dutian beast blood cloud sea would take the opportunity to enter the boundless land through the crack. After the blood cloud entered the land, it would absorb the magical elements and devour living beings. Over time, it would gain spiritual energy and turn into a demonic fetus. Once the fetus matured, it would break out of the clouds and become a high-level demonic beast. The demonic beasts bred in the beast blood cloud were different from the normal demonic beasts in the land. They were gifted and some could even use terrifying sorcery. The village that the villagers were in had encountered the beast blood cloud. When the various countries in the land discovered the existence of the beast blood cloud, they would usually kill it before it hatched and broke out of the clouds. However, Jade Boat Village was remote and the villagers could not get the news to the Jade capital in time. If this dragged on, the beast blood cloud might break out of the clouds when it matured. By then, even the nearby cities would be in trouble, let alone the villagers who were fleeing for their lives. Yun Songhai was a member of the Yun family. Although he betrayed the family for his wife, he could not bear to see the people of the family become homeless. In front of them, a huge blood cloud was crawling on the sand like a ferocious beast with red eyes. That was where the village used to be. The color is as beautiful as blood, and the sound of heartbeats and fetuses can be heard from far away. This beast blood cloud will break through the clouds in at most half a day. Yun Songhai saw the lump of blood cloud expand and completely cover the entire village, and his face sunk like water. Before he could get close to the blood cloud, a small tornado rolled out from the cloud. Yun Songhai quickly chanted, and a dazzling fire arrow hit the hurricane. The hurricane dissipated, and the fire arrow disappeared with it. The sky was completely red. The beast blood cloud looked like a cloud. However, Yun Songhai knew that the blood cloud was protected by powerful magical elements. If he wanted to split the cloud and kill the demon fetus in the blood cloud, he would have to use at least high-level magic. From the wind attack and the description of the villagers, although the beast blood cloud has not hatched, but in the beast blood cloud, there must be a powerful magical beast with wind attributes. Yun Songhai clenched his magic staff, a bone-chilling chill once again surged through his body. If he used high-level magic again, the poison in his body would most likely, his daughter's young face constantly hovered in his mind. Yun Songhai slowly put down the magic staff in his hand. Woo! A sound like the sound of the wind came from the beast blood cloud. The magical beast in the beast blood cloud is about to hatch. Yun Songhai no longer hesitated, his tall and thin body, like a javelin, plunged into the blood cloud. Not far away, Xiao He rushed over. Seeing Yun Songhai plunging into the beast blood cloud, she also followed closely behind, leaping into the beast blood cloud. 2 hours later, on the barren plains, Yun Xing, the young man in white and the other two hurried over. On the horizon, a blood-red mushroom cloud rose. From afar, it looked like a blood-red Ganoderma. A crack constantly grew in the cloud, and in the cloud, there was a ferocious magical beast that looked like a worm or maggot. Half of the magical beast's body had already left the beast blood cloud, its body was covered with incubation fluid, and looked as tall as a small building. Around it, there were no villages, plants or any living creatures. It's a wind maggot. After seeing the appearance of the magical beast, the two young magicians said in unison. They looked at the girl with pity in their eyes. Wind maggot beast, a magical beast of the 8th rank. It has the wind magic of the wind vortex, and its swallowing power is astonishing. The girl's father must have been swallowed by this magical beast. Father. Yunxing looked around, but there was no sign of Yun Songhai. Don't be rash. The young man grabbed Yunxing, and the two young magicians were shocked again. Young Master Ming actually ignored her misophobia and grabbed the dirty girl. Get out of my way. Yunxing shook off the young man. Who knew that although the young man looked thin and weak, his strength was astonishing. His hand was like an iron bar, firmly holding Yunxing in place. A huge fireball rose from the blood cloud, like an eye-catching firework in the dark night. Upon closer inspection, it was not a fireball, but a person. In the middle of the beast blood cloud, there was a person floating in the air. That person stood in the air, and a pair of fire elemental wings condensed behind him. He was covered in blood, but the magic scepter in his hand was still flashing with a dazzling light. Five top-grade fire elemental soul stones. Heavens, it's a sky magician. The two young magicians were shocked again. They did not expect that there would be a sky magician in the middle of this remote country. Who said that Zhou State's power was declining day by day, and that it had fallen to the bottom of the 5 countries? Then what was this sky magician all about? Yunxing stared blankly at Yun Songhai, her father, who was in the sky. She seemed to have returned to the night when she transmigrated. That man covered in blood had single-handedly killed dozens of black-clothed men. The beast blood cloud was restless, ready to surge over at any time. Next to Yunxing, the young man in white was shocked. He held a magic scepter in his hand, and there were also 5 fire elemental soul stones on it. In the name of holiness, protect my body, holy shield. As if the sun had suddenly risen from the horizon, Yunxing only felt a pure white and transparent magic element flowing around her body, and in an instant, a crescent-shaped shield of light was erected in front of the 4 of them. Light magic. He was a light magician. That was true light magic, and in just a few seconds of chanting, he cast an almost perfect shield of light. Are you shocked? You stupid magician, this is the famous young arbiter of fate, Lord Xia Wenxiu, the young magician said proudly. Arbiter of fate. She seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. She did not have time to think about where she had heard this name before. Outside the holy shield of light, there was a violent fluctuation. Yun Songhai raised his magic scepter high. In the beast blood cloud, half of the wind maggot's body had already crawled out. Boom, 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 a series of flames, like heavenly lightning and earthly fire, lit up the entire sky. In an instant, countless fireballs flapped their wings like locusts, like a meteor shower, lighting up the entire sky. Chapter 64. Fire Esoteric Spell, Sea of Netherworld Flames. At that moment, even the holy shield was shaken. After a buzzing sound, a few cracks appeared on the shield. Everyone present was a mage, and there were a few mages from the temple. But from their expressions, they had never seen such a powerful fire spell. In other words, they had never seen anyone who could release so many powerful fire spells in one breath. Generally speaking, the more powerful a mage was, the more powerful their spells would be. But even so, it was difficult for them to release so many fireballs at once like the sky mage in front of them. It was truly rare. Sea of Netherworld Flames was a type of spell that could destroy the world by activating the magical elements in an instant. It was 100 times more powerful than a normal fire spell, and it consumed a lot more mana. Under its effect, the beast blood cloud was roasted dry, and the wind maggot beast was cut into several pieces by the powerful fire spell and thrown to the ground. Too powerful. The young magician was dumbfounded, his mouth unable to close. Hey, I say, is he your father? Are you sure you're not adopted? They had seen the girl's magic before, and it seemed to be the most common earth spike magic. This kind of magic was something that all the apprentices in the temple knew. They had only been careless earlier, which was why they had fallen for her trick. But her father was actually a powerful sky magician. The twin mages did not know that Yunxing had only been practicing magic for a short period of 10 days. Yun Songhai, who was floating in the air, kept his fire element wings. He turned around and saw his daughter Yunxing and smiled. Yunxing did not smile. Her gaze fell on the wind maggot beast's body, and she suddenly shouted, "Father, be careful." When the voice sounded, the wind maggot beast's body that had been severed into several pieces began to tremble. It suddenly came to life and flew up, shooting towards Yun Songhai's chest like several sharp arrows. No! Yunxing didn't even think about it as she instantly shot out a fiery explosion. Whoosh! An arrow that was radiating light flew through the air. Almost at the same time, an agile shadow moved even faster than the arrow. It bit down on the wind maggot beast's body that was still alive even though it was dead. 3 different directions. A holy light arrow, the nimble Xiao Hei, and a shockingly powerful blazing explosion. Dual elemental magician. His reaction speed was actually faster than everyone else's. The white-robed youth looked at Yunxing, but she had already flown towards Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai's chest was pierced by the broken body of the last-rank wind maggot beast, and blood flowed out. Father. Yun Songhai smiled bitterly. He could feel the life force in his body slipping away bit by bit. Father, don't speak. Sheng-He will help you stop the bleeding. Yunxing trembled as she took out the bone needle. However, her fingers couldn't hold the needle as they trembled uncontrollably. The wind maggot beast's last attack was infused with its last bit of strength. Yun Songhai's lungs and even his heart had been pierced. There was no other way. Even if she stopped the bleeding, there was no way to save her father. There were footsteps behind her. Yunxing's eyes were filled with tears. However, she gritted her teeth and tried her best to steady her trembling hands, not letting her tears fall. At that moment, the girl's strong and forbearing look pierced the youth's eyes. The white-robed youth watched from the side and felt a slight pain in his heart. He couldn't explain why, but he felt an inexplicable pain. "Leave him to me. Master Si Ming." The twin magicians stopped her at the same time. Could it be that Master Si Ming wanted to use that spell? Yunxing hesitated. Through her tears, she saw the honesty on the youth's face. It didn't seem like he was lying to her. A light elemental magician. He was a light elemental magician from the temple. Perhaps he really had a way to save her father. Yunxing stepped aside, half believing and half doubting. On his deathbed, Yun Songhai's consciousness was already blurry. He didn't even have time to see the youth take out his magic scepter before he fainted. The white-robed youth took out a magic scepter. On the scepter, 5 magical beast soul stones flickered. A sky magician. Yunxing's pupils shrank. A sky magician who was only in his teens. Such a person had actually appeared on the continent. Goddess of light, grant me the power of divine recovery. Heal the pain of all living things, pity the suffering of the world. The chant was like flowing water, beautiful and moving. As if someone was playing a song of praise by her ear, a gentle curtain of light descended from the sky. That light had a miraculous healing power. Under the light's illumination, Yun Songhai's damaged organs recovered as if they had been overturned by water. The broken organs were repaired and the festering flesh and blood quickly regenerated. Even the bones grew back. That was true light elemental magic. It was completely different from the light elemental magic that Yunxing had seen great magician Yang use in the Jiaoye temple. When the healing light disappeared, the wound on Yun Songhai's chest had already disappeared. Yunxing could even see that his chest was gradually rising and falling again. However, Yun Songhai didn't wake up. Yunxing took Yun Sanghai's pulse and found that his heartbeat and breathing were normal, but he was still unconscious. What's going on? My father. Yunxing couldn't find any other problems with Yun Sanghai's body. The white-robed youth was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, any wound would be healed under the light's healing. After he checked, he couldn't help but be startled. He found that Yun Sanghai's body had been poisoned. Did your father have a habit of drinking in the past few years? If I didn't guess wrongly, he had been using alcohol to suppress a kind of poison in his body all these years. However, that was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Light magic could regenerate the body, but it couldn't really heal the weak body. Yun Sanghai's body was like an old machine that had been completely corroded by the poison. This kind of poison could be suppressed with alcohol for a short period of time, but under the condition of drinking, once magic was used, the poison would spread even more violently. Father has never mentioned what kind of poison it is. Could it be that even light magic can't cure it? Yunxing didn't expect that the truth behind Yun Sanghai's drinking was actually like this. This kind of poison, its power is that it can corrode the brain. With my current light elemental magic, I can't cure it. Being unable to cure the poison meant that Yun Sanghai would be in a coma forever. The current Yun Sanghai, in modern medicine, was equivalent to being in a vegetative state. In the eyes of the people in the boundless continent, a person who was poisoned by this kind of poison was basically equivalent to a dead person. However, the white-robed youth didn't say this truth in the end. He thought that after Yunxing knew this news, she would be dejected and depressed. Who knew that after a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled brightly, "Many thanks. At least father is still alive. I believe that one day, I will be able to find a way to cure him. I am Yunxing, may I know your name?" Chapter 65. The talkative male magician rushed to say, "Bah, you think a thank you is enough? Do you know that in order to save your father, young Master Siming will have to lose at least?" "Yu-ji, don't talk too much." The white-clothed youth nodded slightly. He was a person of few words, and his facial expression was poor. He was definitely expressionless. It was really a waste of his good looks. Fortunately, his words were concise and powerful, which was very compatible with his immortal-like temperament. "I am Xia Wenqiu, from the Dharma Temple. Saving him is just a matter of convenience. You don't have to be polite." As the white-clothed youth spoke, his gaze landed on the remains of the wind maggot beast not far away. Xia Siming. No wonder she felt that she had heard of his name before. The Xia Siming that the great magician of Qi City's Dharma Temple mentioned was actually him. The teenage sky magician, Xia Wenqiu. She remembered this name. "Miss Yun, can you give me the remains of this wind maggot beast?" Xia Wenqiu's face was slightly red. Although there were many branch Dharma temples on the mainland, such as Jiaoyi Temple and Qi City's Dharma Temple, there was only one true Dharma Temple. Although Yunxing did not know the status of Siming in the Dharma Temple for the time being, there was no doubt that Xia Wenqiu's status was very honorable. It was already a great honor for him to be willing to ask for it. This time, he was here for the beast blood cloud. The magical beasts bred in the beast blood cloud were extraordinary. All these years, the Dharma Temple had been working hard to kill the beast blood cloud and collect the magical beasts in the beast blood cloud. This wind maggot beast was killed by Yun Sanghai. According to the practice of the boundless land, the masterless magical beasts belonged to the killer. Yun Sanghai was unconscious, and the wind maggot beast should be under Yunxing's control. That was why Xia Wenqiu asked Yunxing to give up the wind maggot beast. At this moment, Xiao He was sneakily holding a piece of the wind maggot beast's broken limb in its mouth. The magician called Yu Ji and Xiao He were confronting each other. A human and a dog. It was a funny sight. Yunxing also noticed Xiao Hei's sneaky actions. Xiao Hei seemed to be particularly interested in high-level magical beast meat. This wind maggot beast was a high-level magical beast, and its meat was rich in magical elements. Unfortunately, Xia Wenqiu had already asked for it. The people from the Dharma temple had traveled thousands of miles just to reach this barren village. They would definitely not give up the remains of the wind maggot beast so easily. Xia Ximing, you're too polite. You saved my father, so I'll give this wind maggot beast to you as a reward. Yunxing helped Yun Sanghai up. Her small body helped the tall Yun Sanghai up. Xia Wenqiu's eyes flashed slightly, and a certain part of his heart was touched. He suddenly asked, "Where does Miss Yun want to go?" The father and daughter's carriage was still parked not far behind. "Let's settle father first, then think of a way to cure the poison." Yunxing called out to Xiao Hei. Although Xiao Hei had the magical beast meat snatched from its mouth, it was not angry. It followed Yunxing and helped to support Yun Sanghai's body, sharing some of its little master's weight. There's no cure for this poison. Xia Wenqiu wanted Yunxing to give up on this idea. It can't be cured now, but it doesn't mean it can't be cured in the future. I've seen people with similar symptoms wake up. Besides, there's no disease in the world that can't be cured. As a doctor, Yunxing had seen countless people grow old and die, but she had also seen many miracles in life. And those miracles required patience and perseverance. Supporting her father and leading Xiao Hei, Yunxing walked forward resolutely. "Young Master Ming, why didn't you tell them the truth about the poison in that person's body?" The twin sorcerers beside Xia Wenqiu, the talkative one was called Yu Ji, and the quiet one was called Yu Mo. The one who spoke was the usually quiet Yu Mo. "You can see that it's not poison, but the beast blood curse of the Zhao state." Yunxing's figure had already disappeared into the distance, and Xia Wenqiu felt a sense of loss. If she knows the truth, I'm afraid she won't let it go. That was why he chose to hide it. The Zhao state and the Temple of Dharma were inextricably linked, and he could not break the balance between the two for the time being. "Young Master Ming, you're too kind. Her father must be an extremely evil person. Otherwise, the Zhao state wouldn't have placed a beast blood curse on him. She can't possibly fight against the entire Zhao state alone." Yu Ji pursed his lips. Their young Master Ming was too kind. The Zhao state and the Temple of Dharma had always prided themselves on punishing evil and promoting good. If they weren't evil people, they wouldn't use a curse as vicious as the beast blood curse. Life is unpredictable. "I can't see through her fate," Xia Wenqiu said calmly. "What? There's a fate that even you can't see through." Xia Wenqiu had the gift of the all-seeing eye since birth. He could see through a person's past and future with just simple physical contact. However, seeing through a person's fate was like saving their life. If he revealed too much, he would be punished by the heavens. Hence, Xia Wenqiu's master, the Temple of Dharma's elder, had ordered him not to use light healing magic or the all-seeing eye unless absolutely necessary. However, just now, when he came into contact with Yunxing, he unintentionally used his heaven's eye. All he saw was a cloud of fog. A fate that even young Master Ming can't see through. "That's really rare," Yu Ji said curiously. "Not necessarily. Have you forgotten that other than young Master Ming's own fate, there's another person's fate that young Master Ming can't see through?" Yu Ji thought of someone. Wasn't the blind former crown prince of Zhou state someone that young Master Ming couldn't see through as well? Speaking of which, I heard a piece of news from the Dharma temple. A few days ago, the former crown prince who was confined in the cold palace was released. Yu Ji had a lively personality and loved to gossip. He was especially knowledgeable about the royal families of various countries. What's even more bizarre is that his eyes have recovered. "What? You're saying that Yi Baiming, who even Great Master Ming couldn't cure, has regained his sight. Even Yu Ji, who usually didn't care about such news, couldn't help but be curious after hearing this news. Xia Wenqiu was also shocked. Could it be that there was a higher level of healing magic than the light magic that the Dharma Temple had? Presumably, after hearing this news, Master would also be very shocked. Tidy up the remains of the wind maggot beast. We have to return to the Dharma Temple as soon as possible. Xia Wenqiu ordered the twin magicians to tidy up the broken limbs of the wind maggot beast before leaving. Not long after Xia Wenqiu and the others left, a horse carriage rumbled along. A Xiao Hei dog jumped out of the carriage. Xiao Hei dog searched the ground and dug for a while before finding a small piece of wind maggot beast meat. Xiao Hei, you're smart enough to hide a piece of meat. I'll make it into jerky on the way. You and Puffed Egg will benefit from it then. Yunsheng patted Xiao Hei's head. The wind maggot beast's body was very long. After being blasted by Yun Sanghai's magic, pieces of it were scattered all over the place. Even if one piece was missing, the Dharma Temple wouldn't know. Xiao Hei was very clever. While the people in the Dharma Temple weren't paying attention, she secretly buried a piece of meat under the ground. Let's go. I'll definitely bring Father to the Jade Capital. I believe that with the help of the Yun family, Father will definitely wake up. Yunsheng whipped the horse and the horse carriage rushed forward. Chapter 66. Yujing City, the capital of Zhou State, is the largest city in the southwest region of the Boundless Continent. A few days ago, in the Imperial Firmament Hall of Zhou State, close to 100 civil and military officials were attending morning court. 1,000 years ago, the Great Zhou Empire was founded on martial arts, and martial arts had always been the foundation of the Great Zhou Empire. Therefore, in the morning court, there should be many military officials. However, in the past few years, because the number of martial artists in the Great Zhou Empire had withered, in the court, there was a situation where the civil and military officials each occupied half the sky. The civil officials were led by the newly risen Elder Qin and Scholar Zhao, while the military officials were led by Marquis Jie Yuan and the Marshal Saint General's estate. Reporting to Your Majesty, there are many waves of refugees in Zhou State and we don't know how to settle them. The head of the civil officials, Elder Qin, stepped forward. The atmosphere in today's morning court was a little unusual. Order all the officials to settle the refugees in the vicinity and not to drive them away. Have you found out the cause of the waves of refugees? The ruler of Zhou State, Yi Qingtian, was in his prime and had a dignified appearance. This subject has already ordered people to investigate. It is caused by the beast blood clouds that have been very active in various countries in recent years. Wherever the beast blood clouds appear, it is difficult for humans and animals to survive. The area where the beast blood clouds appeared recently is Jade Boat Village in the central region, which is the territory of the Marshal Saint General's estate. This subject believes that the Marshal Saint General himself has an undeniable responsibility for the attack on his territory. Elder Chen pointed his finger at the Marshal Saint General, Yun Ba, who had been resting with his eyes closed. What he meant was that the Marshal Saint General didn't have enough supervision and couldn't even take care of his own territory. Elder Chen had a lot of prestige among the civil officials. The moment he finished speaking, a few civil officials stepped forward and started denouncing him. Yi Qingtian had a helpless expression. It's starting again. He glanced at the calm and composed Marquis of Jie Yuan, as well as Scholar Zhao, who rejoiced in his misfortune. Marshal Saint General. Marshal Saint General. The civil officials spoke until their mouths were dry. However, they didn't expect that it was like punching cotton. After a long time, the Marshal Saint General, Yun Ba, didn't react. Only a light snoring sound could be heard. The snoring sound came from an old man in his 70s. The old man was tall, had a lion-like nose, tiger-like eyes, and a full face of white beard. He didn't look young at all. He was the famous Marshal Saint General of Zhou State, Yun Ba. In the entire Zhou State, old General Yun was probably the only person who dared to openly sleep in the imperial court. The Emperor of Zhou, Yi Qingtian, coughed heavily. Only then did Yun Ba's white beard tremble as if he had just woken up from a dream. He said loudly, "If there's something to report, if there's nothing to report, court is dismissed. This official is old and cannot stand for too long. This official requests that this official withdraw from court early. May your majesty investigate this matter." With that, Yun Ba withdrew from the court. He left behind a group of civil officials, who could only stare at him helplessly. "Yun Ba, you old fool." Elder Qin was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. However, all he could do was feel annoyed. After all, the Marshal Saint Old General was the martial arts master of several generations of emperors of Zhou State. Even the current princes of Zhou State were all personally taught by the old general. Although this old fellow had aged over the years, his prestige still remained. However, the Marshal Saint Old General's manor had been without a successor for many years. There was only a crippled son and a widowed daughter left in the manor. The Marquis of Jiayuan could only stand up. "Your Majesty, this official believes that we still need to send someone to capture the beast blood cloud. I heard that not only the temple, but even some bounty hunters have joined in the hunt for the beast blood cloud. It's rumored that the other countries are also searching for the beast blood cloud's whereabouts. This official believes that we should not fall behind in this matter." As the Dutian beast blood cloud became increasingly active, a rumor began to spread throughout the continent. It was said that the demonic beasts within the beast blood cloud had extraordinary magical powers. Its flesh and even soul stones had become rare items that martial artists and magicians would fight over. When the civil officials heard this, they sneered coldly. "Capture. You make it sound nice. The beast blood cloud appears and its whereabouts are unpredictable. It's said that even the temple has only killed a small portion of the beast blood cloud. If the Marquis of Jiayuan and the Marshal Saint Old General have the ability to do so, you can send someone to capture it." The Marquis of Jiayuan fell silent. Needless to say, the beast blood cloud was a very dangerous demonic beast. The demonic beasts bred within it were all extremely powerful. It was said that the temple had only managed to kill them after sending out a sky-rank magician. Although the Zhou state did not lack martial artists who could compete with the beast blood cloud, most of them were outsiders who did not take orders from the imperial court. There were indeed a few hidden experts in the imperial court, but they were only responsible for protecting the imperial family and would never leave the imperial capital. Only a few military officials were left who could go on expeditions. The Marquis of Jiayuan only had one daughter and no son. As the commander of the imperial guards, he could not leave the capital. The Marshal Saint Old General was old and could not go on expeditions. For a moment, there was no one in the imperial court to send. Someone suddenly said, "It would be great if young General Yun was still here." Hearing this, Emperor Zhou and the Marquis of Jiayuan's expressions changed. The Marshal Saint Old General originally had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Young General Yun was referring to the Yun family's second young master, Yun Songlang. Everyone knew that the Yun family had 2 sons. One was a magician and the other was a martial artist. Due to tradition, the Zhou state had always had very few magicians. Yun Songhai was the youngest sky magician in the history of the Zhou state. Unfortunately, because of a woman, he cut off his relationship with old General Yun and was chased out of the Jade capital. Some people said that he died outside, while others said that he lived in seclusion. A talented sky magician would be a great help to the great Zhou country's national fortune. It was hard for people to estimate. After Yun Songhai left, the Yun family's second son had his arms crippled by the enemy on the battlefield and became a cripple. The Marshal Saint Old General's manor, which was originally known as the Empire's twin paragons, declined. Old General Yun also seemed to have aged 10 years in a day and could no longer be seen in the imperial court. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Even Emperor Zhou did not dare to mention Yun's matter in front of the Marshal Saint Old General. Reporting to the Emperor, Wushuan Limitless Martial School's Vice Schoolmaster Zhang Li requests an audience outside the hall. A eunuch walked in and broke the silence in the imperial court. Summon him. Wushuan Limitless Martial School was the #1 martial school in the Zhou state. Vice Schoolmaster Zhang Li must have come personally for the blood cloud beast. A middle-aged man with broad eyebrows strode into the hall. Behind him stood a person. When he saw that person, Emperor Yunqing Tian of the Zhou state's hand, which was resting on the dragon throne, trembled. The officials in the imperial court were also shocked. It was him. It was him. What was he doing here? Emperor Yun of the Zhou state looked a little uncomfortable. He did not like this son of his ever since he was born, especially after he heard the prediction made by Elder Si Ming of the Dharma Temple. It's grand. No, it's Duke Baiming. The officials discussed. Dressed in black, the former crown prince of the Zhou state, Yi Baiming, walked into the Emperor Shao Palace. He was young and handsome, with a pair of gray eyes that looked disdainfully at the officials. As soon as he appeared, the officials were in an uproar. Even the Marquis of Jiyuan could not help but look at him. This was the blind prince who was rumored to have been confined in the cold palace and was the least favored. After Crown Prince Yi Baiming was dethroned, he was given the title of Duke Baiming. He had been confined in the cold palace in the name of recuperating from his blindness. His eyes. This was the first time the emperor and officials of the Zhou state saw Yi Baiming after so many years. His blind eyes were now shining brightly. Gray. After Yi Baiming regained his sight, the layer of fog that covered his eyes was also dispelled. His eyes, the eyes that had regained their sight after losing sight, were the color between black and white, between good and evil, gray. The former crown prince of the Zhou state, the current crown prince Yi Baiming, knelt on the ground and said in a voice like broken jade, "Father, please send me to various places to hunt down the blood cloud beast." Chapter 67. Jade Capital was the most prosperous city in the western part of the boundless continent. It was close to Zhou River and had convenient transportation. There was a Dharma temple, Hunter's Guild, Sky Beast Harbor, and Sea Dock. It was also the place where doctors and scholars from all over the country gathered. The local agricultural and commercial industries were flourishing. Every day, tens of thousands of foreigners would come here. This was also the capital of the strong. Magicians, warriors, and even summoners, which were rare on the continent, would appear in this area. Yunsheng and Xiao He brought the unconscious Yun Songhai to Jade Capital 7 or 8 days later. She didn't know that a few days before she reached Jade Capital, Yi Baiming was ordered to head to various places in Zhou State to begin his journey to capture the beast blood cloud. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming had unfortunately brushed past each other. It was also from then onwards that Yi Baiming, who had regained his sight, became known as War God Zhou Wu. Yunsheng, on the other hand, rose rapidly with multiple identities. The love and hate between the two of them had just begun, but that was a story for another time. To enter Jade Capital, one had to pay a silver coin to enter the city. Seeing that Yunsheng, who was only a little girl, was actually driving a carriage into the city, a few city guards couldn't help but go forward to check. Just as they lifted the curtain, a black dog scuttled out. That black dog had short black fur, and its neck was tilted to the right comically. However, none of the city guards dared to underestimate this black dog. The black dog seemed to have a part of the wolf mastiff's bloodline. Its skin was shiny, as if it had been waxed. Its body was about the size of a lamb, and its limbs were strong and powerful. Once it saw a stranger, it revealed its sharp teeth and looked rather ferocious. That was Xiao He. After Xiao He grew a piece of the wind maggot beast's meat, its body shape changed. Yunxing still couldn't tell its rank, but Xiao He was much stronger than before. It looked like it could compete with a hunting dog or even a mastiff. "Brothers, my father is in the carriage. He's from the Jade Capital, but because he contracted a terrible disease, he can't be exposed to the wind." Yunxing looked worried. Along the way, she had put in a lot of effort to take care of Yun Songhai. The most troublesome thing about a vegetative state was not the daily management but the inability to eat. If this continued, even a strong elephant would gradually weaken. Since the boundless world didn't have the modern equipment to deliver nutrient fluids, Yunxing could only rely on a straw to feed Yun Songhai some expensive ginseng soup. She had spent more than half of the gold coins she obtained from the bounty of the magical beasts. Even so, Yun Songhai was still losing weight day by day. It had only been 7 or 8 days, but Yun Songhai was already skin and bones. Yunxing couldn't help but feel sad when she saw it. She rushed to the Jade Capital without rest, hoping to reach the general's residence as soon as possible to find a way to save her father. "He's a patient. What kind of disease did he contract? If it's a contagious disease, he's not allowed to enter the city." A few soldiers were in a difficult position. The Jade Capital was a big city and also the capital of a country. Countless people came and went every day. To prevent epidemics from entering the city, there were special rules in the city. Anyone with a contagious disease was not allowed to enter. "My father's disease isn't contagious. It's a rare coma. We're here to seek refuge with our relatives. Brothers, please do us a favor and let us in." Yunxing was a little anxious. She didn't expect the Jade Capital to have such rules. "Young lady, it's not that we don't want to accommodate, but if the higher-ups blame us, we'll lose our heads. How about this, one of us will go in first and leave the carriage at the city gate. When you find your relative in the city, ask him to bring the certificate of a doctor or above in the city before coming to pick up your father." The city guard saw that Yunxing was young and her clothes were old and tattered. When he saw that she was taking care of her relative alone, he couldn't help but feel pity for her and pointed out the right path for her. Yunxing thanked the city guard. After settling the carriage, she ordered Xiao He to watch over the carriage. She then asked the passers-by for the location of the Marshal St. General's residence and sprinted over. The Jade Capital was huge. Yunxing heard that the general's residence was located in Wanning Alley. That area was also where the residences of military officials of rank 5 and above were concentrated. Yunxing only knew that Yun Songhai was from the general's residence, but she didn't know anything about the Marshal St. General's residence. When she was in Banana Leaf Village, Yunxing roughly knew about martial artists because she became the village's big sister later on. Martial artists were the same as magicians and were divided into different ranks. For example, Lei Hu of Banana Leaf Village was only a beginner martial artist. As for Ding Mao of Fire Cliff Village, he was a martial master. From beginner to higher ranks, martial artists were martial artist, 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 martial artist. The Yun family was called the Marshal St. General's residence because there were 2 martial saints in the Yun family. Besides that, Yun Songhai's father, who was also Yunxing's grandfather, was also a martial saint. A martial saint was equivalent to a saint-level guardian king among magicians. In the entire Zhou state, there were no more than 3 martial saints. Among them, old General Yun had been a martial saint for the longest time. Therefore, to the citizens of Zhou state, the Marshal Saint General was like the Big Dipper. Yunxing had never seen this legendary grandfather of hers before. But just by standing outside the Marshal Saint General's residence, she could feel a sinister aura. Outside the Marshal Saint General's residence, there were two majestic stone lions made of red iron standing on both sides of the gate. Two dignified guards were guarding the gate. Just the guards were two martial artists. Only the general's residence would use a martial master as a guard. One had to know that in other cities, martial masters could also independently become instructors in their dojos. Yunsheng was just about to step forward when she suddenly heard the door open. A luxuriously dressed boy walked out of the general's residence with a few ferocious blood-claw wolves. The great Zhou dynasty revered martial arts, and in the manners of the fifth-rank officials, besides having guards, some of the nobles and officials even had their own magical beast breeding grounds, which were used to raise various ferocious magical beasts. In addition to allowing the disciples of the clan to practice martial arts, during the annual spring and autumn hunt, they could also bring the magical beasts to hunt. The Jade capital at the end of the 5th month already had the scorching heat of early summer. The boy who came out was about 2 to 3 years older than Yunxing. His facial features were not bad and his posture was agile. It was obvious that he had been practicing martial arts since he was young. "Good morning, young master. Where are you going with the magical beasts?" The guards bowed respectfully. The boy who came out was old General Yun's widowed third daughter, Yun Sangshue's late husband, Tang Yu. Yun Sangshue's husband was originally Yun Ba's right-hand man. Who would have thought that he would unfortunately lose his life in the chaos at the border? Yun Sangshue was also known for her crafty temper. She did not get along well with her mother-in-law, so she brought her only son, Tang Yu, back to the general's residence. Yun Songhai did not have any grandchildren. Tang Yu was also very clever. At a young age, he had already passed the martial arts examination and was very much favored by Yun Songhai. We saw that the 2 blood-claw wolf pups we just bought were bored, so we brought them out for a walk. Tang Yu chased the wolf pups out after he finished speaking. Who would have thought that the wolf pups had just entered the residence and were still wild? Just as they walked out of the residence, they saw Yunxing standing not far from the entrance. They opened their mouths and pounced towards Yunxing. Chapter 68. Tang Yu, who grew up in the Marshal Saint General's residence, had a domineering temper. When the 2 blood-claw wolves pounced out, he was shocked. However, when he saw that the wolf cubs were pouncing towards a little girl who was covered in dust and looked like a beggar, Tang Yu did not stop them. Instead, he clapped his hands and cheered, "Wolf Fong, Wolf Hammer, bite her to death." She was just a little beggar. Biting her to death was just a matter of a straw mat and a few stacks of paper money. Blood-claw wolves were magical beasts of the wolf clan that lived in tropical forests. They were born at the 3rd level. Even though they were just cubs, their claws and teeth were very lethal. Civilians who were attacked by them would die. For people who were not summoners, there was only one way to get close to magical beasts. That was to raise magical beast cubs since they were young. This way, when the magical beast grew up, it would become a battle pet. The difference between a battle pet and a summoner's battle beast was huge. Most of the battle pets could not evolve. However, in the Jade capital, there were still many officials who liked to buy some baby beasts for the safety of their descendants. This also caused the practice of raising battle pets in the Jade capital. It had become a popular and status symbol. Tang Yu's 2 blood-claw wolves were bought by his mother, Yun Sangshue, after he passed the martial master examination. The 2 blood-claw wolves had red fur and looked like balls of fire. They looked very adorable. Tang Yu took care of them daily and loved them very much. In Tang Yu's eyes, a trash-like beggar appearing in a place like Waning Alley was a kind of stain. When the guards saw this, they wanted to stop them. However, this little ancestor threatened, "Don't go up. Those are Wolf Fong's snacks. Whoever wants to save her will get out of the Marshal Saint General's residence immediately." The Marshal Saint General was getting older and no longer cared about the matters in the residence. Since the second young general was crippled, he was also depressed. Unknowingly, all the affairs in the residence fell into the hands of Yun Sangxue. Although the guards knew that it was wrong for battle pets to hurt people, they did not dare to go up when they thought of being chased out of the Marshal Saint General's residence and losing their jobs. Faced with this unexpected disaster, Yun Sheng was thinking about how to go up and ask when she suddenly felt her eyelids twitching. She looked up and saw two hungry wolves pouncing towards her. Not far away, the well-dressed boy was cheering non-stop. Yunxing felt a chill run down her spine. She suddenly realized that the child must be the young master of the general's estate. At such a young age, he was already so vicious. What a domineering general's residence. The eyes of the two Tier 3 wolf cubs were filled with greed, as if they had already tasted fresh human flesh. But just as they were about to taste the fat meat in their mouths, the short figure in front of them suddenly disappeared. Yunxing slipped and dodged the two wolf pups. She grabbed the bone needle and quickly rubbed it on the wolf pup's waist. The two young wolves howled and fell to the ground. There was not a single wound on their bodies, but upon inspection, one would find a needle hole in their spine. Legend has it that wolves have copper heads, iron tails, and soft waists. Yunxing had just pierced the two bone needles into the wolf pups' waists. She had opened up her second strange tendon, and with her current jade marrow skill, she could use it freely. The hidden needles were invisible, but one needle was fatal. The two Tier 3 wolf pups were instantly killed by her. But in the eyes of others, after she staggered and dodged, the two wolves suddenly fell to the ground dead. Outside the general's estate, Tang Yu was still clapping his hands as if he had been petrified. The guards were also very surprised. When they went up to take a look, the two wolf pups were already dead. "Damn beggar, you killed our wolves." Tang Yu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He did not care that he was in front of the general's estate and jumped in front of the little beggar with a fierce look on his face. "Ridiculous, it was your wolves that attacked me first. Besides, which eye of yours saw me kill them?" Yunxing did not even look at Tang Yu, as if he was a pile of mud that was not worth her attention. "It was you. You lowly beggar, do you know how much my wolves are worth? One wolf is worth 10 gold coins, even 10 of your lowly lives are not worth it." Tang Yu saw that Yunxing was young, but when she confronted him, she did not have the slightest intention to back down. He could not help but become even angrier. In their eyes, a dirty beggar was worthless. "Lowly lives. You can't afford my life," Yunxing said as she took out her magician's badge and hung it in front of her lapel. Seeing the magician's badge, the guards of the general's estate immediately stopped the little young master who was about to explode. The little ancestor had really gotten into trouble this time. In recent years, Zhou State's talents had withered. Especially magicians, who were very rare in Zhou State. In order to attract magicians from other countries and the periphery, Emperor Zhou not only established a magic academy, but also issued a law that all registered magicians and summoners were protected by the state's law. Those who hurt others without permission would be fined 50 gold coins and given 30 lashes. If the other party was a little beggar, the little ancestor could have just hit him and spent some money to settle the matter. But the other party was a magician, and only 6 years old. A magician of this age was rare in Zhou State. If the temple investigated, the old general would definitely be furious. Yunxing's sorcerer badge looked real at first glance. It didn't look fake. The guards explained the severity of the matter, especially when he heard that she would be whipped. Tang Yu's face also changed. He was not old, but after all, He was a descendant of a general, so he was most familiar with military law. What should I do? Who knows, she's a magician. Don't all magicians wear their badges on their chests and swagger through the streets like peacocks? Tang Yu secretly muttered in his heart. But on second thought, what was there to be afraid of? At most, he could just use money to get rid of her. Tang Yu took out his money bag, who knew that just as he was about to take out some money, his vision turned black. Slap slap slap, like a string of firecrackers exploding, Yunxing slapped him 3 times in a row. Tang Yu's face, which could still be considered pretty, was now like an inflated balloon, swollen and red. It was a tragic sight. He was stunned by the beating. Even his own mother had never hit him like this before. Yunxing's movements were extremely fast. After she was done, Tang Yu finally reacted. The guards were also dumbfounded. Little bastard. You dare to hit me, I'll kill you. Tang Yu pulled out a dagger from his waist and thrust it towards Yunxing. Little bastard, who are you calling a bastard? My name is Yunxing, I have a name and a surname. I'm Yun Sanghai's daughter. You scolded me as a little bastard, that's equivalent to scolding the entire general's household, including your 18 generations of ancestors. Yunxing's face was full of arrogance, her black jade-like eyes emitting an intimidating dark light at that moment. At this time, a well-dressed woman accompanied by 2 well-dressed servant girls came out, just in time to witness the scene of Yunxing teaching Tang Yu a lesson. After hearing Yunxing's words, the well-dressed woman's expression suddenly changed, and the servant girls beside her were also astonished. Chapter 69. Yun Sanghai's daughter. After hearing Yunxing's identity, not only was the woman not happy, a trace of resentment flashed through her eyes. That person was actually still alive. She didn't expect that after 10 years, his bastard had already grown so big. However, she immediately returned to her normal state. Tang Yu was already scared silly. When he saw the woman, he shouted, "Mother, this little bastard hit me." She even said that she was grandfather's granddaughter. I don't have such an ugly cousin. Yunxing couldn't help but feel angry when she was described as an ugly girl by a pig. However, she also guessed the identity of this woman and Tang Yu. The daughter of the Marshal St. General's estate, Yun Sangxue, who temporarily lived in the general's estate as a widow after marriage. She could be considered Yunxing's third aunt. However, Yunxing didn't have a good impression of Yun Sangxue at first glance. Yun Sangxue didn't have any resemblance to her father, Yun Sanghai. Her appearance wasn't bad and her figure was elegant. However, her slightly upturned eyes made her look a bit mean. Yun Sangxue looked at Yunxing with disgust, then looked at her son's face with heartache. Damn bastard, how dare you hit her precious eggs. She was also Yun Sanghai's daughter. Humph, they did look similar, but she would never let Yun Sanghai's daughter take half a step into the general's estate. Everything in the general's estate belonged to her. You just said that you are Sanghai's daughter. What proof do you have and where is Yun Sanghai? Yun Sangxue raised her eyelids slightly and only glanced at Yunxing from the corner of her eyes. She clearly didn't put her in her eyes. Father is sick and is still outside the city. I want to invite. Although Yunxing didn't like Yun Sangxue, considering Yun Sanghai's condition, they couldn't delay, so they could only reply. Impudent. He actually dares to return to the general's estate. Men, do you still remember what the old general said? If we meet Yun Sanghai and his bastards, what should we do? Yun Sangxue was a ferocious woman from a family of generals. When she spoke, she had the aura of the old general Yun Ba, a martial saint. She was already a martial ancestor. The guards looked at each other. Under Yun Sangxue's forceful gaze, one of them had no choice but to step forward. The old general said that if young Yun Songhai brings his son back to the Fu, he must bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times. He must bow and apologize to the ancestors of the General Fu before he can kneel and enter the Fu. What else? What if Yun Songhai and his bastard son don't keep their word? Yun Songshue comforted his son, Tang Yu. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. If they don't obey, they will be beaten to death. Even if they die, they won't be allowed to take a single step into the general's estate. After the guard finished speaking, he looked at Yun Xing with pity. This girl was young, but she had reacted quickly when facing the blood-clawed wolves. She was also a sorcerer. It was very likely that she really was the daughter of the young General Yun who had left home. Bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times, beat to death. These words were deeply engraved in Yun Xing's mind. She remembered her father's increasingly thin body and the humiliation of the mother and son in front of her. All right, Yun Xing. Today you refuse to enter the Fu. In the future, when I, Yun Xing, am successful, I will let you have a taste of what it means to be beaten to death and bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Yun Xing didn't have much affection for the general's estate. She also didn't covet the glory and wealth of the general's estate. Since the general's estate couldn't tolerate them, she definitely wouldn't seek humiliation. Yun Xing turned around and left Wanning Alley without looking back. Yun Songshue only felt that Yun Xing's words had a hidden sharpness. Being stared at by her pitch-black eyes, she felt a chill down her spine. Yun Songshue secretly gave a look to the maidservant behind her, and that maidservant quietly followed her. I don't want anyone else to know about what happened today. Yun Songshue warned the 2 guards. The guards could only nod their heads in agreement. After Yun Xing left Wanning Alley, she heard a series of footsteps behind her. She didn't need to turn around to know that Yun Songshue must have secretly asked someone to follow her. Yun Songshue didn't seem to be a kind person. She definitely couldn't reveal her and her father's whereabouts. Yun Xing quickened her steps. She had a 5-elemental Dharma spirit in her body. She secretly circulated the wind elemental magic and shuttled through the streets and alleys of the Jade Capital, shaking off the maidservant who was tailing her. However, it was Yun Xing's first time in the Jade Capital, and she unknowingly took a detour to a dilapidated street. This street was like a completely different world from the Marshal St. General's residence. Although they were both located in the Jade Capital, there was a huge disparity between the rich and the poor. This street was narrow and dilapidated, and the shops on both sides were completely deserted. Yun Xing suspected that the people from Wanning Alley would never come to such a place in their entire lives. There's actually a clinic nearby. Yun Xing couldn't obtain the recognition of the general's residence, which also meant that her idea of getting a doctor from the general's residence to prove that her father wasn't infected with the plague had failed. She had no choice but to find a local doctor in the Jade Capital to issue a certificate before she could bring her father into the city to seek treatment. After taking a few steps, Yun Xing saw the words, "Miraculous hands, guaranteed to cure all diseases," hanging in front of her. However, there was another board hanging at the entrance of the clinic. There were a few lines of crooked words written on it. As she continued reading, Yun Xing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the small board, there were words, "Issued on behalf of all kinds of certificates, including the treatment of infertility and all kinds of gynecological diseases." This was almost exactly the same as the unlicensed Xiao He clinics in the modern world. She wondered if the doctor who issued on behalf of the clinic had the qualifications to be a doctor. With a doubtful heart, Yun Xing turned into the clinic. It was an extremely simple and crude clinic. There were only a few medicine cabinets and a table of uneven height. A lean man was sitting in the medicine cabinet, half asleep. He must be the owner of this clinic. "May I ask if you can help me issue a certificate for the plague? One of my relatives wants to enter the city, but because he's severely infected, the city guards won't allow him to enter. After Yunxing finished speaking, the man at the counter didn't respond for a long time. May I ask? Yunxing walked forward and took a closer look. She realized that the man had fainted. Not good. Yunxing hurriedly helped the man up. After looking at him for a while, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. How was this person sick? He clearly hadn't eaten for many days and had fainted from hunger. Yunxing had no choice but to take out the dry food she carried with her. She also took out some water to feed the unconscious doctor. Unexpectedly, just as she took out the dry food, the lean man at the counter smelled the fragrance of the food. He immediately jumped up and wolfed down the dry food in her hands. He said while eating, "Finally, someone came. I'm starving to death. What kind of certificate do you want?" "A certificate to enter the city, right? Tell me your name, age, and illness. 5 silver coins for a certificate. It will take effect on the same day." Chapter 70. Since she had come to the Jade Capital and this was also the hometown of her father, Yun Sanghai, Yunxing planned to settle down first. However, if she wanted to settle down first, she would need to obtain a doctor's certificate. However, this doctor in front of her almost starved her to death. This kind of person was definitely unreliable. Furthermore, a certificate required 5 silver coins. This was too much of a scam. Yunxing didn't say anything else and turned to leave. "Hey, young lady, don't go. How about I give you a discount? 4.5 silver coins. The lean man saw that the meal ticket that he had painstakingly delivered to his door flew away and became anxious. This is considered the lowest price in the entire city. If you go to other medical centers, you won't even be able to enter. Yunxing stopped in her tracks. The Jade Capital was under the feet of the emperor, and every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Those who could open medical centers in the city weren't ordinary people, and the price of treatment was even more imaginable. Yunxing's clothes were tattered, and the money she had on her was mostly spent because of Yun Sanghai's coma. She could still take out 5 silver coins, but if it was other medical centers, she would probably be immediately chased out of the door. Don't doubt me. I dare to guarantee with my qualifications as Dr. Ling that once you step out of this door, there won't be such a shop anymore. Afraid that Yunxing wouldn't believe him, the man took out a token and handed it to Yunxing. That token was similar to the Imperial Physician token that Yunxing had seen in Taishang Town. However, it wasn't golden in color. Instead, it was made of purple iron and had a bell engraved on it. Dr. Ling referred to those who had obtained the primary certification of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and had the qualifications to practice medicine and refine medicine. They were doctors who could practice medicine in a town and help the world. The ranks of doctors in the boundless continent: herb gathering boy, medicine man, medicine master, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling. This doctor in front of her was actually a famous doctor? 4.5 silver coins is still too expensive. Yunxing frowned and bargained. It's not expensive. What if I tell you that for 4.5 silver coins, not only can I issue a certificate, I can also help you keep your unconscious relative alive without using any medicine? As soon as the man's voice fell, Yunxing suddenly turned around and looked at him with a guarded expression. How did you know that I have a family member who is unconscious and needs to be kept alive with ginseng medicine? Yunxing was a cautious person. Moreover, she had been ridiculed by the general's mansion. After entering the medical center, she did not mention a word about her father's condition. I can smell at least 3 or 4 different kinds of herbs on your body, all of which are precious herbs. But you're dressed simply. You don't come from a wealthy family. Since that's the case, you must have a family member who is seriously ill and unconscious. That's why you have no choice but to use precious herbs to save your life. Am I right? The man's face was full of confidence. With his nose, he could distinguish the different smells of various herbs even in the imperial palace's medicine storehouse. 4.5 silver coins, deal. But you have to tell me first. What method can replace herbs? Yunxing had just arrived in the Jade capital. If she wanted to settle down and rent a house, she would definitely need to spend a lot of money. She was already out of money and had to think of a way to earn money quickly. Water element magic formation, cloud dream eye slumber. After the man finished speaking, a magic scepter the size of a chopstick appeared in his hand as he chanted. A blue magic formation flowed with blue clouds and mist. The clouds and mist were incomparably cold and instantly froze a table and chair at the side. A person who was in the state of cloud dream eye slumber would have all of their bodily functions reduced to the lowest level. Correspondingly, the loss of life would also be reduced to the lowest level. It was equivalent to 1% of the time when they were unconscious. As such, they would naturally be rid of their dependence on herbs. You're also a magician. Then how did you become one? What made Yunxing even more astonished was that this Ling doctor was actually a magician. Since he was both a healer and a magician, how did he end up in such dire straits that he almost starved to death in his own medical center? It's precisely because I'm both a magician and a healer that I ended up in such a state. Ancient medicine and magic apothecaries have been incompatible all these years. People like me can't stand on either side. There's no time to lose. I'll go with you to the city gate to take a look. The man revealed a helpless expression. He found his medicine box and walked towards the city gate with Yunxing. When Yunxing returned, it was already close to dusk. Xiao He was still waiting beside the carriage. It's you again, Dr. Fan. The city guards were clearly very familiar with this man. In fact, most of the commoners who needed to obtain a certificate to enter the Jade capital were issued by Dr. Fan because of the price. Thus, the city guards recognized him at a glance. Little girl, be careful. This person isn't honest and has even killed someone before. He's known as the Ghost Doctor. If you're looking for a certificate from him, don't let him treat you. A kind city guard reminded Yunxing. Dr. Fan acted as if he didn't hear anything. He pulled open the curtain of the carriage and looked inside. Although he guessed that Yunxing had an unconscious relative, he didn't know what illness the other party had. Before he could issue a certificate, he had to look at the condition first. After looking inside, Dr. Fan frowned. What's wrong? Is it an epidemic? A city guard at the side asked. No, let him in. Dr. Fan looked at Yunxing thoughtfully. He took out a certificate that he had written long ago and signed it before handing it to the city guard. Once he received the certificate, the city guard let Yunxing and the carriage enter the city. As dusk approached, the ground was covered in the afterglow of the setting sun. Yunxing held on to the reins of the horse and stood on the street with Xiao He, looking very lonely. Little girl, find a place to stay first. If you want to cast Dream Cloud Ice Sleep for your father, you have to give me 5 silver coins. But let me tell you, one Dream Cloud Ice Sleep can only last for half a month. Dr. Fan was very calculative. He had already calculated that Yunxing didn't know water magic. If she wanted to find someone to cast Dream Cloud Ice Sleep, she could only look for him. I have nowhere to go. The inns in the city are very expensive. We can't afford to stay there. Yunxing looked at the Jade capital in the dusk and frowned. The capital was bustling, but in the bustling crowd, everyone's face was cold. Only she could protect her father. Behind my medical center, there are 2 empty rooms, but the rent is 10 silver coins a month. Dr. Fan could see that Yunxing didn't have much money, but he wasn't a good person. He wouldn't do something that would cost him money. I owe you a total of 20 silver coins. I can be a herbalist in the medical center and use my salary to pay for the rent and the cost of Dream Cloud Ice Sleep, Yunxing immediately said. Although the city guard didn't have a high evaluation of Dr. Fan, a doctor who could guess her father's condition just by seeing him once was definitely not as useless as the rumor said. A herbalist's salary is only 5 silver coins at most. Dr. Fan shook his head. In your medical center, do you have fresh hemostatic flowers, moon crow fruit, or withered butterfly vines? As long as I have these 3 herbs, I will definitely be able to raise the remaining 15 silver coins before the end of this month. Although Yunsheng was young, her words had a natural deterrent force. Dr. Fan couldn't help but believe her words. Okay, 1 month. If you can't raise the money in 1 month, don't blame me for kicking you, your father, and your dog out of the door. Dr. Fan nodded and led Yunsheng to the medical center. Chapter 71. After returning to the medical center, Yunxing noticed that there was a courtyard behind the small medical center. The courtyard wasn't big. There was a well, a few acres of barren medicinal fields, and a few rooms. One of them was Dr. Fan's own room, one was the pharmacy, and one was the kitchen. The remaining 2 rooms were empty. Yunxing tidied up and settled her father, Yun Sanghai, in Chaoyang's room. The remaining room was her and Xiao Hei's nest. Including the cost of sleeping with Yun Meng twice, the total is 20 silver coins. This is the IOU. Remember to hand over the money at the end of the month. Also, the herb gatherers here will take care of your 3 meals, but the money for your dog's meals isn't included. You get up at 6 o'clock every day, tidy up the medicinal herbs in the medical center, cut the herbs, and dry them. You have half an hour of rest at noon. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the medical center closes. You can't be lazy. If I catch you, I will deduct your money. Dr. Fan is a very cost-effective person. He won't let Yunxing take advantage of him. Yunxing saw that the medical center didn't have much business, but to her surprise, she found that the medical center's pharmacy was very complete. There were even a lot of seeds. After asking, she found out that Dr. Fan usually went out to pick herbs when he had nothing to do. Some of the seeds he collected were casually thrown in the pharmacy. Dr. Fan, when I was in my hometown, my family also had a few acres of medicinal fields. Can you lend me some of the seeds in the storehouse? I will plant them in the medicinal field. If the herbs mature, we will split the harvest 50-50. Yunxing saw that the medicinal field was abandoned and felt that it was a pity. She simply suggested that she take care of the medicinal field. Dr. Fan was skeptical. He thought that the seeds in the pharmacy would become moldy. If Yunxing could really grow something, it would be good. The next morning, when the rooster crowed at 4 o'clock, Yunxing got up and meditated. For a magician, the best time to meditate was at dawn and dusk. After meditating for a while, Yunxing felt refreshed. She went out of the room and went to Yun Sanghai's room to take a look. A blue magic array flickered with an icy blue light. Inside the magic array, his father, Yun Sanghai, was covered in a layer of icy blue ice. Father, Sheng-er will find a way to save you one day, Yunxing swore in her heart. She prepared breakfast as usual. Then, he loosened the soil of the medicinal field and planted the selected seeds before daybreak. Not to mention Dr. Fan's medical skills, but his eyesight for herbs was very good. The seeds of the herbs he collected were all middle-grade herbs. On the boundless continent, medicinal herbs were divided into the most common types: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. For example, the hemostasis flower from Banana Leaf Village was the most common type. It was cheap and could only be made into ordinary low-grade medicine. Middle-grade herbs were much more expensive than ordinary herbs. They could also be made into mid-grade medicine. After making the hemostasis medicine and meditation water, Yunxing already had a certain level of ability to make medicine. She planned to wait until the mid-grade herbs were successfully planted before starting to develop them. In her previous life, Yunxing's parents died early and her grandfather was busy with a small clinic all year round, so her ability to take care of herself had always been good. She stayed in Yujing partly because of Yun Sanghai's illness. Another reason was that she wanted to enter the Magic Academy in Yujing City. Although Yunxing had a 5-elemental spirit, Yun Sanghai didn't have time to teach her basic magic before he became a vegetable. She wanted to enter the Magic Academy to obtain more opportunities to learn basic magic and become a real magician. That would require a lot of tuition fees and living expenses, so Yunxing had to earn more money. Dr. Fan woke up early in the morning. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he smelled the aroma of food. Looking at the courtyard, he saw that it was neat and tidy. Some cut herbs were neatly placed under the sun. This little girl is very nimble. Unfortunately, no matter how nimble she is, she won't be able to save her father. The beast blood curse of the Zhao state. Dr. Fan walked into the clinic with his hands behind his back, deep in thought. On this day, not a single patient came. Dr. Fan spent most of his time napping on the counter. Around noon, Yunxing had half an hour of free time. She notified Dr. Fan and left the clinic. She ran towards the busiest street in the city and shuttled through the streets of Yujing City. The sun was shining brightly. Yunxing ran all the way here, her face bright red from the sun. These hemostasis medicine were made by Yunxing when she was in Banana Leaf Village. The 3 bottles of qi-gathering elixir and meditation water were also made on the way here. Yunxing planned to sell these finished medicines to raise some money. Seeing that there was not much time left, Yunxing could only pick up the medicine bottles and choose a clinic on the northernmost side of the street. Sell medicine. Are you qualified to be a medicine man? The doctor at the clinic saw that Yunxing was just a little girl and couldn't help but be suspicious. I was a herbalist at the Dharma temple. These medicines were all taught to me by the local pharmacists. Yunxing presented a bottle of hemostasis medicine expectantly. The pharmacist took the bottle and sniffed it. His expression changed slightly, but he didn't show it on his face. This hemostasis medicine is too inferior. I can accept it, but it's at most 5 copper coins. Yunxing's face turned red. She took back the bottles of medicine. I'm not selling. She would rather not sell it than allow others to trample on her medicine. Her lunch break was only half an hour, and she had spent some time rushing over. She really didn't have much time left. Yunxing hugged the medicine bottles and walked on the street. She noticed a few rouge and powder scouts in the corner of the street, and the peddlers were shouting from time to time. She had initially wanted to sell the medicine to the clinic, but now it seemed that the bigger the shop, the more unscrupulous it was. Yunxing no longer trusted clinics and pharmacies. She might as well set up a mobile medicine stall and sell it for as much money as she could. After making up her mind, Yunxing picked a clean and cool piece of land and took out the hemostasis medicine and the 3 bottles of meditation water. Yunxing's hemostasis medicine was priced at 9 copper coins, the qi-gathering elixir at 15 copper coins, and the meditation water at 20 copper coins. These prices were much cheaper than the market price. This street was the busiest in the Jade capital. There were many people passing by, and there was no lack of practitioners and magicians. Yunxing was young and not a physician. Occasionally, a few passers-by would pass by, but when they heard that she was selling medicine, they would shake their heads and walk away. After waiting for about 15 minutes, an unusually slender woman walked in front of him. "Sister, do you want to buy medicine?" Yunxing stopped the woman. The corner of the woman's mouth twitched. She turned around and scolded, "Who said I'm a woman?" Which eye of yours saw that I'm a woman? Chapter 72. All the hunters in Jade Capital knew that the C-grade bounty hunter Wenren Chiu hated being mistaken for a woman the most. He was a real man, a real man. However, he had an oval face that was more attractive than a woman's. His facial features were as clear as a painting, and his skin was fair and transparent as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. It was said that it was because he was too beautiful that he once went to the largest brothel in the city to have fun with a few hunting soldiers. He was treated as the top courtesan of the brothel by a third-rank official who was so drunk that his eyes were bleary. That third-grade official was also drunk and superstitious, and he shouted that he wanted to redeem his freedom. When Wenren Chiu heard that, he went berserk on the spot. He skinned that third-grade official and hung him at the entrance of the brothel. He even cut off all the protruding parts of his body. This matter was blown out of proportion, and the whole Jade Capital knew about it. That third-grade official's family wanted to take revenge, but after asking around, they found out that Wenren Chiu was the younger brother of imperial concubine Wenren, who was favored by the emperor of Zhou State. He was also a C-grade bounty hunter of Zhou State's Hunters Guild, so the matter was left unsettled. Since then, no one in Jade Capital dared to say that he looked like a woman in front of Wenren Chiu. People called him Wenren Yiksha behind his back. Who knew that Wenren Chiu would be stopped by Yunxing when she was walking on the street? Yunxing was also shocked. When she looked carefully, she saw an obvious Adam's apple on the person's neck. She complained in her heart that the sun was too strong. It was all Yunxing's fault. It was really a big misunderstanding. Wenren Chiu was about to chop the guy who called him sister into pieces when he saw a little girl standing not far away. The little girl was small and had a pair of black eyes. She was looking at him pitifully. "Little thing, were you calling me just now?" Wenren Chiu looked like a pretty little girl, and she was very likable. When she smiled, there were two little dimples on her cheeks. The little girl squatted at the corner of the street. Under the sun, she looked very pitiful. Wenren Chiu's expression softened, and he put away his yiksha face. "Little thing. Damn it, I used to be called a little wild cat, and now you're calling me a little thing. I'm older than you, all right." Yunxing's heart exploded, but she still looked harmless and obedient on the surface. "Good-looking big brother, from your appearance, you must be a very powerful hunter, right? Do you want to take a look at my hemostatic agent? It's very affordable, only 9 copper coins." Yunxing's words made Wenren Chiu feel very comfortable. Wasn't she referring to him when she said that he was a very powerful hunter? "Little girl, your mouth is really sweet. However, your big brother only uses high-grade goods. The hemostatic agents that I usually use are specially provided by the Imperial Medicine Pavilion. As for your hemostatic agent..." Wenren Chiu saw Yunxing's face fall and couldn't bear to see her like this. He casually picked up a bottle of hemostatic agent. As soon as the smell of the hemostat wafted out, Wenren Chiu let out a soft cry of surprise. The quality of this hemostatic medicine wasn't bad, and it wasn't too far off from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's Hemostatic Emperor. A bottle of Hemostasis Emperor cost 3 silver coins. His name was Wenren Chiu, not Wendatu. "Wait a minute, are these bottles of meditation water? I'll buy them all. How much are they?" "You calculate." Wenren Chiu was very casual and didn't pay attention to the production of medicine like the average person. He felt that Yunxing's hemostatic agent was good, so her other medicines must be good as well. He might as well buy them all at once. Yunxing's hemostatic agent, meditation water, and qi-gathering elixir were sold for a total of 6 silver coins. Seeing that Yunxing was about to leave, Wenren Chiu stopped her. "My name is Wenren Chiu. In the future, you don't have to sell your medicine on the streets. There are too many people around here. In the future, if you have medicine, send it to the Wenren residence in Chonglin Alley. If I'm not around, just give my name and give the medicine to the housekeeper. Yunxing hurriedly nodded. Seeing that it was getting late, she hurriedly ran to the medical hall. Wenren Xiao took the meditation water and walked into a restaurant not far away. He had invited a few hunters to drink in the restaurant. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he heard a high-pitched voice call out, "Big sister, do you want to buy medicine?" When Wenren Xiao heard that, he clenched his fists without hesitation. Crackling sounds like beans popping could be heard from his fists. "Honorable hunters, please do us a favor and don't fight in the restaurant." When the restaurant's manager heard that, he was so frightened that he hurriedly lay on the ground. Wenren Xiao didn't become a C-rank mercenary by relying on his looks. His own strength was not a problem, and he was already a martial venerable. He threw a punch at the person who had spoken. That person was already prepared, and the snake-shaped magic scepter in his hand buzzed. Mid-level magic, marsh technique. The ground under Wenren Xiao's feet immediately turned into a muddy marsh. Pairs of muddy hands reached out from the marsh and grabbed Wenren Xiao's legs. Wenren Xiao's beautiful face was full of disgust as she shouted at the female magician opposite her, "Tomboy, is your brain soaked in water? Why don't you take a look at yourself? You're old enough to be my great-grandmother. How dare you imitate a little girl and call me big sister? Disgusting." Unlike Wenren Xiao, the female magician was uncouth and roughly the same height as Wenren Xiao. When she heard Wenren Xiao's words, she was so angry that her eyes almost popped out. "Wenren Xiao, I'm only a month older than you. What do you mean by old enough to be your great-grandmother? Enough. Wenren Xiao, Nan Yan, the two of you have to fight every time you meet. We're all in the same hunting team. Sit down and discuss the assessment of the hunting team." With a roar, several purple lightning flashes drilled out from the ceiling of the restaurant. With two rumbling sounds, the lightning flashes exploded in front of Wenren Xiao and the magician one after another. The two of them stepped back and glared at each other in dissatisfaction. The one who spoke was a big man with a dignified appearance. He was 2 meters tall and his whole body was covered with muscles. The most terrifying thing was that he had a magic scepter on his waist. Feng Qua, a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, a C-rank hunter. He was a warrior at the peak of revered martial artist and a magician at the level of lightning master magician. He was also the captain of the Soaring Phoenix hunting team. He picked up Wenren Xiao and Mu Nan Yen and threw them on their seats. The two of them looked like obedient babies as they sat there without uttering a word. Wenren Xiao smiled. "Boss, don't be angry. Look, I bought a few bottles of good stuff. I can guarantee that compared to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's meditation water, the effect is much better. Keep bragging. Who doesn't know that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's meditation water is the best quality in the continent? You dare to buy medicine from a 6 or 7-year-old girl? Wenren Xiao, your brain must have been kicked by a mule." Mu Nan Yen couldn't help but mock. She snatched the bottle of meditation water and drank it in one gulp. The magic spell just now had consumed a portion of her magic power. She could use the meditation water to replenish her magic power. Chapter 73. Feng Qua, Wenren Xiao, and Mu Nanyan were members of the Soaring Phoenix hunting team, which was rather famous in the Jade Capital's bounty industry. The three of them were cultivators of both magic and martial arts, martial artists and magicians. Wenren Xiao was good at attacking, Mu Baiyan's earth element magic was good at defending, and Feng Kuo was good at both attacking and defending. The three of them had been in the team for 5 years, but Wenren Xiu and Mu Beiyan had always disliked each other. If it wasn't for Feng Kuo's suppression, the two of them would have fought to the death. Mu Nanyan drank a mouthful of the meditation water and raised her eyebrows. You tomboy, don't drink it all in one gulp. Letting you drink it is like a cow eating peonies. It's a reckless waste of natural resources, Wenren Xiu scolded. Boss, this meditation water. Mu Nanyan smacked her lips and felt a vigorous surge of magic power in her stomach. It was like a raging wave that spread out in an instant. She couldn't help but be stunned. Is there a problem with the potion? Wenren Xiu was also a little uncertain. She was a martial artist and didn't know much about meditation water. Feng Kuo, who was about to teach the two of them a lesson, also took a bottle of meditation water and drank a mouthful. To a magician, meditation water was sometimes a lifesaver. For example, bounty hunters who lived on the edge of a knife's edge would sometimes lose their lives if they recovered 10% of their mana in the face of magical beasts. After Feng Kuo tried it, his eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, an improved version of meditation water. Yes, boss, you've noticed it too. The taste is similar to the one in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but the effect is very shocking. It should be some kind of improved meditation water. Mu Beiyan no longer had the mood to argue with Wenren Xiu. She was an earth element magician, and when she drank the meditation water, her earth element recovered 50% faster than usual. That meant that when facing a magician of the same level, as long as she had this meditation water, she would be invincible. Where did that little girl come from? How much improved meditation water does she have? We'll buy all of it. Feng Kuo realized that the maker of this meditation water did not know the value of the potion itself. Wenren Xiu bought all of the finished products in one go, so Yunxing gave her the best price. After conversion, a bottle of meditation water was only worth 1.5 silver coins. One had to know that in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, a bottle of ordinary meditation water cost 5 silver coins. In Feng Kuo and Mu Nanyan's eyes, this kind of improved meditation water was even sold for 1 gold coin. I don't know. Wenren Xiu was confused by the two of them. He had only done a good deed that day and bought that little thing's medicine. Who would have thought that her medicine would be so good? We'll continue to wait here tomorrow. If she comes out to buy medicine, we'll buy all of it. It's best to inquire about who made the medicine. Whether it was Mu Nanyan or Feng Kuo, they all took it for granted that Yunxing was helping her elders set up a stall to sell medicine. Ah! A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Wenren Xiu's forehead. He said weakly, I saw that she was still young, so I told her not to set up a stall in the future. 2 hostile gazes immediately swept over. However, I also told her to send the finished products to my house as soon as she has them. What if she doesn't send them? Mu Nanyan wanted to strangle Wenren Xiu. She should send them, she definitely will. The more Wenren Xiu said, the more guilty he felt. He was not very sure. If that little thing did not know the way, or if she found other sellers, then this improved meditation water would be gone. It was just that in such a big jade capital, finding a nameless little girl was a bit too difficult. Fine, we'll wait. I called you here today for the bounty hunter assessment. We've been stuck at the C-rank bounty hunter level for a long time. According to our experience and the total amount of bounty we've accumulated over the years, we should have been promoted to B rank long ago. Feng Kuo, Wenren Xiu, and Mu Nanyan were all from Jade Capital. Although the 3 of them were bounty hunters, each of their families was famous in Jade Capital. The 3 of them were from the same generation. Because of their ancestors, they had been playmates since they were young. 5 years ago, because of Feng Kuo's suggestion, they formed Huang Ting. The 3 of them were quite strong, and with their tacit cooperation, they could be considered to have a little reputation in the bounty hunting world. However, the bounty mercenary level had been stuck at C rank. For the three of them who were proud and arrogant, this had always been a sore point. After all, only bounty hunters above B rank could accept cross-country bounty missions. Our strength has been enough for B rank for a long time, but we haven't found a suitable summoner. Wenren Xiu drank a mouthful of wine gloomily. Unlike those insignificant hunters, there had to be at least one warrior, one mage, and one summoner in order to become a B-level bounty hunter team. That was, there had to be at least one warrior, one mage, and one summoner in the team. This hard condition was set by the three SSS rank hunters who had founded the Hunters Guild. At the same time, it was also set by the legendary Divine Edge Hunter team on the mainland. All the hunters on the mainland had to abide by it. Moreover, the hunter team that met the condition had to challenge a B-rank hunter team. If the challenge was successful, then they could be promoted. It's easier said than done to find a summoner. Look, in the past few years, the summoners who passed the assessment at the Jade Capital Summoning Center were snatched away before they could leave the summoning center. In 10 years, there were no more than 20 summoners from the Jade Capital Summoning Center. Those people lived like princes. Who would be willing to be a bounty hunter? Zhou State's national fate has withered. Among the warriors, there were no more warriors like old General Yun. The other 4 countries have many talents. Among them, Pinglai has the most summoners. So now, among the big countries, Pinglai has the most B-rank hunter teams. Mu Nanyan couldn't help but sigh. They became bounty hunters not because they were greedy for money, but because they wanted to pursue the adventure missions that only bounty hunters could come in contact with. However, the members of a bounty hunter team must be absolutely trustworthy. Otherwise, in the face of a life and death crisis, the betrayal of a member was enough to cause the collapse of the whole team. Summoners could summon beasts, and the consumption of magic elements was less than magic. Under the same conditions, having a summoner was equivalent to having 2 members. Therefore, even if the B-rank hunter team's assessment condition was removed, their chances of winning against a B-rank hunter team were almost zero. In the past 10 years, there was not a single C-rank hunter team that successfully challenged a B-rank hunter team. Let's wait and see. Let's search for a while more. In the next 1 or 2 years, we should also pay attention to the improvement of our own cultivation. Feng Kuo's words were met with the unanimous agreement of Wenren Xiu and Mu Nanyan. Just as Huang Ting was anxious to find a summoner, Yun Sheng was still repeating the work of a herbalist in the medical hall every day. The herb field that she planted finally sprouted after a few days of careful care, including a batch of moonlight grass that she brought from Banana Leaf Village. Yunxing also refined more than 10 bottles of qi gathering elixir and 5 bottles of meditation water in her 1 month of free time. She planned to visit Wenren Xiu to sell the elixir, but she didn't expect that something would suddenly happen and interrupt her plan. Chapter 74. The ins and outs of the matter had to be explained from the medical center. After 10 days, Yunxing also discovered the main source of income for the Little Rejuvenation Clinic. In this clinic, other than issuing all kinds of fraudulent certificates, another important source of income was to help the neighbors grab and decoct medicine to treat some minor ailments such as headaches, fevers, and diarrhea. They didn't even come across a single difficult and complicated illness. There was once when Dr. Fan accidentally discovered that Yunxing could treat patients, and he handed all these matters over to Yunxing. Very quickly, the neighbors became familiar with Yunxing. They all liked this young girl who was very knowledgeable about medicine. Dr. Fan even encouraged Yunxing to participate in the examination of medicine men. The so-called medicine men were high-grade herb gatherers who were in charge of tasting, decocting, and dispensing medicine. Generally, in a medium-sized clinic, there would be a medicine man. On the boundless continent, being a doctor was also a very popular occupation. However, in order to become a doctor or a doctor like Dr. Fan, one had to pass the examination of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. This wasn't the first time Yunxing heard the name of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. She remembered that during the hemostatic medicine incident in Banana Leaf Village, the village head's grandfather had mentioned the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Hearing Yunxing asking about the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Dr. Fan couldn't help but fall into a daze for a moment. After a long time, he replied, "Those who study the ancient medical arts would all know of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. For the magician examination, there's a Dharma temple. For the martial artist examination, there's a summoner examination. For the summoner examination, there's a summoner examination." The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was the continent's largest ancient medicine organization. Its branches were like a huge tree that reached the sky, and its branches, leaves, and veins covered the entire continent. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was outstanding because not only was it the most authoritative organization for doctors in the continent, it also controlled the continent's most precious medicinal herbs and the most outstanding doctors. Some people say that the most powerful people in the continent are magicians, some say martial artists, and some even say summoners. However, I believe that the most powerful people in the continent are doctors because they can control the life and death of others. Yunxing, if you want to find a way to cure your father's illness, there's a place you have to go no matter what. That place is the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. When Dr. Fan mentioned the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, a complicated expression flashed in his eyes. Yunxing decided to participate in the Medicine Man examination. With her medical foundation from her previous life, as well as the medicine encyclopedia left behind by the Yun family and the Qi Min medicine encyclopedia that she had memorized, Yunxing believed that it wouldn't be difficult for her to pass the Medicine Man examination. After observing Yunxing for a period of time, Dr. Fan also had a good foundation of Yunxing's herbal medicine. After the two of them discussed for a while, they decided that Dr. Fan would bring Yunxing to Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Jade Capital the next day to take the test. The next morning, Yunxing planned to change into the herb-picking clothes she wore in Banana Leaf Village, but she found that she had grown taller in the past few months. Seeing this, Dr. Fan took out a set of clean herb-picking clothes and said, "This is the herb-picking clothes that my daughter wore in her early years. It's about the same size as yours, so you can change into it." Only then did Yunxing know that Dr. Fan was someone who had been married before. Now that he was all alone, she didn't know where his family had gone. After changing into the clothes, Yunxing followed Dr. Fan to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was indeed worthy of being the continent's largest medical institution. Looking from afar, one could only see a majestic pavilion standing on the street. From time to time, there would be farmers and patients entering and leaving the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The entire Medicine Emperor Pavilion was divided into 7 floors, and each floor was 10 times the size of a small clinic. As soon as Yunxing and Dr. Fan entered the door, they smelled a faint fragrance. At the main entrance, there was a pure gold cauldron that was emitting a fragrance. Smelling this fragrance, Yunxing's mind unconsciously cleared up. A person who looked like a pharmacist came forward and inquired about the purpose of their visit. After hearing that Dr. Fan had brought Yunxing to participate in the herb-picking test, the pharmacist led Yunxing into the pavilion. The first floor of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion sold all kinds of herbs, the second floor sold finished medicines, the third floor was for those below the rank of pharmacist, and the fourth floor was for those above the rank of pharmacist. Before Dr. Fan left, he had already told Yunxing that the herb-picking test was divided into 3 steps. If there were no accidents, the test would be divided into 3 steps: picking up herbs, decocting herbs, and identifying herbs. These steps were also the main procedures to test whether a herb-picking test was qualified or not. Walking up the stairs to the 3rd floor, they saw that in the spacious examination room on the 3rd floor, there were already several herb-picking apprentices and doctors waiting. One of them saw Dr. Fan at a glance. With a mocking smile, he blocked Dr. Fan and Yunxing's path. Dr. Fan seemed to have already known this person. Without any expression, he said, "A good dog doesn't block the road." "Fan Ji, you have big guts, you actually dare to insult this doctor. Let me tell you, just last month, this doctor passed the test of the 4 directions scattered doctor. Soon, I will receive the appointment of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and head to the southern city to take up the position of Pavilion Master. Do you think you are still the Imperial Physician Fan from back then? Right now, you are just a Ling doctor who has problems making a living." After being scolded by Dr. Fan, that person's face turned red and he pushed Dr. Fan away. Imperial Physician, Dr. Fan was originally an Imperial Physician. Yunxing found it hard to imagine that a dignified Imperial Physician would be cooped up in a small clinic. Dr. Fan's expression changed slightly and he couldn't help but grip his magic wand. "Fan Ji. Qing Si Hai. Do you want to cause trouble here? Noise is not allowed in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion." At this time, a woman gracefully walked over. The woman's appearance was elegant and beautiful. She was dressed in a doctor's robe. There was a waist token hanging from her waist. Yunxing recognized that the jade token was the same as the fake Imperial Physician token that Night Fox had taken out when she was in Taishang Town. This elegant woman was an Imperial Physician. As soon as she appeared, Qing Sihai, who had just provoked her, immediately showed an infatuated expression. The medical apprentices present also immediately felt deep veneration. They respectfully shouted together with the pharmacists present, "Imperial Physician Yao." Dr. Fan's hand that was holding the magic wand loosened. His expression was gloomy. "Yao Rong, I am not here to cause trouble. I am here to bring this child to participate in the examination." Dr. Fan did not look directly at the woman. "Examination? Ha, Fan Ji, with your shabby clinic, you still need an Imperial Physician." The scattered doctor looked at Yunxing with disdain. He saw that Yunxing's age was at most 6 or 7 years old. At this age, if she did not practice medicine since elementary school, how could she pass the examination of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? This scattered doctor was called Qing Sihai. He was originally from the same school as Fan Ji and Yao Rong, but his talent was much worse than the two. For many years, he had been in love with Yao Rong and had always been jealous of Fan Ji. Today, his nephew, who was also one of his apprentices, came to participate in the examination. Therefore, he bumped into Dr. Fan. Imperial Physician Rong did not say a word. She looked at Yunxing's clothes and her eyes darkened. She sternly said, "Bring this child up." "Fan Ji, Dr. Qing, you are not allowed to enter." "Dr. Fan, I can go up by myself. I will definitely become an Imperial Physician," Yunxing deliberately said loudly. At the same time, she glared at the scattered doctor. Qing Sihai secretly said in his heart, "To become an Imperial Physician, humph, it is not that simple." Chapter 75. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion lived up to its reputation as the medical examiner of the boundless continent. When Yunxing entered the examination room with the other herb gatherers, she discovered that there were already several dozen herb gatherers standing in the examination room. Some of them had already participated in the examination multiple times. Yunxing's sharp eyes noticed that although they were all herb gatherers, at a glance, she could see that they were divided into different grades and ranks. Some people's clothes were obviously more exquisite, and most of the people here seemed to know each other. Qing Sihai's herb gatherer, Qing Qing, knew quite a few of them. The moment he entered the examination room, he greeted the few people he was familiar with and even discussed the contents of today's examination. It seemed that most of the herb gatherers here were acquainted with each other. She's the herb gatherer of that magic Dr. Fan Ji. Ching pointed at Yunxing maliciously. He thought that Yunxing couldn't hear what he was saying. But ever since Yunxing unblocked her second extraordinary tendon, her 5 senses had become more sensitive. Everything that these people said behind her back all fell into her ears. Isn't Fan Ji that doctor who once killed someone? I heard that he actually tore open a person's chest. A few herb gatherers who were on good terms with Fan Ji clicked their tongues when they heard his name. Everyone spontaneously distanced themselves from Yunxing, as if Yunxing was some kind of filth. Yunxing didn't mind. She couldn't be bothered to bicker with this bunch of kids. A herb gatherer walked in. He was the chief examiner of today's examination in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Silence, I'm your chief examiner today. You can call me Herb Gatherer Kong. Most of you here are herb gatherers of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, so I believe that you're not unfamiliar with the examination. Today, there are a total of 43 people participating in the examination. I hope that all of you will be able to become qualified herb gatherers. Our first round of examination is to grab medicinal herbs. Everyone, follow me to the first floor. Herb Gatherer Kong led dozens of herb gatherers to the medicine storehouse on the first floor. So big. Yunxing followed the herb gathering boys to the storehouse of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The medicinal storehouse of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion was like a gigantic underground parking lot. There were over 10,000 types of medicinal herbs here, and they were all neatly separated into different areas. For example, low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade medicinal herbs. Yunxing's shocked expression fell into the eyes of the other herb gatherers, and they couldn't help but laugh at her. When you entered the storehouse, each of you received a prescription. There were a total of 18 types of herbs in the prescription. In the first round of the assessment, you are not allowed to use the scale to grab 18 different types of herbs. Those who accurately grasped 18 to 15 types of herbs will be considered excellent. Those who accurately grasped 14 to 10 types of herbs will be considered average. Those who accurately grasped 9 to 6 types of herbs will be considered qualified. Those who accurately grasped less than 6 types of herbs will be considered unqualified. After hearing the content of the test, the herb gathering boys immediately looked at the prescription in their hands. Medicine men were different from herb gatherers. Gathering herbs was one of their main jobs. In the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion, there were hundreds of thousands of prescriptions coming in and out every day. Qualified medicine men didn't have the time to use the scale to grab the herbs. They were usually able to estimate the correct amount of herbs in one go. Only then would they be able to properly decoct the herbs later on. Ching quickly grabbed the 18 types of herbs and passed them to the pharmacist proudly. After the pharmacist checked the prescription, he announced, Ching, among the 18 types of herbs, you accurately grasped 16 types of herbs. In the first round, you scored excellent. Out of the 18 types of herbs, Ching was actually able to accurately grasp 16 types of herbs without using the scale. The other herb gatherers were incomparably shocked. They praised Ching for being the herb gathering boy of the scattered physician Ching Sihai. A few more herb gatherers passed the assessment. Among them, there were 2 who didn't reach the minimum requirement of 6 types of herbs and were eliminated in the first round. Yunxing passed the prescription she had grabbed over. Pharmacist Kong glanced at her and realized that she was an unfamiliar face. Yunxing, among the 18 types of herbs, you accurately grasped 18 types of herbs. Test results, excellent. Even pharmacist Kong himself could not believe his own eyes when he announced the results. Needless to say, the others, including those who mocked Yunxing earlier, were all stunned. 18 types. Did you all hear that? That herb gathering boy actually grasped the correct amount of herbs for 18 types of herbs. There were many types of herbs in the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. Not only were there fresh herbs that hadn't been dried, there were also semi-finished medicinal stones that had been ground into powder. There were also some herbs that were even in liquid form. However, Yunxing grasped all of the herbs accurately. Yunxing was secretly amused. What a joke! In her previous life, when she had just learned how to walk, she had been forced by her grandfather with a ruler every day to learn how to grasp herbs. With more than 20 years of experience, how could she lose to this group of young herb gatherers? When she grasped the herbs, she didn't lack in weight. She was as accurate as a universal scale. At the side, Qing's expression was very ugly. He stared at Yunxing's back view as he pulled one of the herb gatherers aside and the two of them started to whisper. In the first round, there were a total of 10 people who failed. Out of the 43 people, only 33 were left. The second round of assessment was to decoct the herbs. The location of the assessment was also on the first floor of the herb storehouse. However, this time, the herb gatherers had to decoct the herbs according to the prescription they were given. When the herbs were brought up, Yunxing frowned. There was something wrong with these herbs. The herbs used to decoct the herbs had been changed. Yunxing looked at the others' herbs and realized that compared to the others, not only were her herbs lesser, even the age of the herbs was wrong. Among them, the most important herb, Lu Wei Su, which was 5 years old, had been replaced by Lu Wei Su, which was 3 years old. Since the herbs were of the wrong age, the decoction was naturally wrong as well. Qing and the other herb gatherers looked over sneakily. Yunxing immediately guessed that they were the culprits. When they saw that Yunxing didn't say a word and continued to decoct the herbs, the herb gatherers all smiled as if they had succeeded in their scheme. They would let her come out on top in the first round of assessment. Let's see how she would be able to decoct the decoction with the missing herbs. About half an hour later, all 33 herb gatherers had finished decocting their respective herbs. Qing sneaked a look at Yunxing's bowl. There was only half a bowl of herbs left in her bowl. The amount of herbs was obviously not enough. Needless to say, she would be eliminated. Just as Pharmacist Kong was about to check everyone's herbs, a young girl of about 13 or 14 years old walked in. "Miss Qi, why are you here?" Pharmacist Kong asked politely. The young girl had a graceful appearance and a sign with the words "Medicine Man" hung on her body. Logically speaking, Pharmacist Kong's status was higher than that Medicine Man Qi and he shouldn't be so respectful towards her. However, Pharmacist Kong and the other herb gatherers all looked at her with reverence. This was because this young girl was the personal medicine man of the only national master in the Imperial Medicine Pavilion in the Jade Capital. Chapter 76. The Grand National Physician was a legendary physician who was a level higher than the Imperial Physician. That Grand National Physician who no longer made house calls had taught many Imperial physicians in his early years and his status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was very high. In his later years, he only brought along one herbalist to serve him. That herbalist was the female herbalist named Qi Fangfei in front of them. Therefore, even though Qi Fangfei was young and her status was only a herbalist, her status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was very high. Even in front of Yao Rong and the others, she could still speak a few words. No wonder Medicine Master Kong had to be respectful when he saw her. "Are these the herbalists who came to participate in today's examination? I heard that you're going through the second round of examination. Let me see, how are the herbs you've brewed?" Qi Fangfei came to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today to look for a medicinal herb and coincidentally heard that a new batch of herbalists had come to participate in the examination. Although her status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wasn't low, she was still a teenage girl with an innocent personality. Thinking of the examination that she had a headache over in her early years, she secretly snuck over. "Miss Qi, please take a look. These are all the herbs that have been brewed. Medicine Master Kong simply handed over the right to judge today to Chi Fangfei. Chi Fangfei looked at the bowl of herbs placed at the front. Just by looking at the color, she curled her lips. Not up to standard. It's obvious that it's not mature enough. That herbalist's expression changed and he left dejectedly. Chi Fangfei looked at a few more bowls of herbs and actually found problems with all of them. At this time, she walked to a bowl of herbs and saw that it was empty. There wasn't a single drop of herbs in it. Hey! This is really rare. Why didn't you brew the herbs? Chi Fangfei suddenly saw the empty bowl. Looking again, the owner of the empty bowl was still a little girl. Could it be that you don't know how to brew herbs? It's not that I don't know how to brew herbs, but my herbs are wrong. The quantity is too little and the age is too young. If I were to do it half-heartedly, not only would the herbs not be able to save people, it might even harm them. Yunxing said unhurriedly as she presented her portion of herbs to Chi Fangfei and Medicine Master Kong. Yunxing's actions scared Qing Qinghe and the few troublemakers into lowering their heads, not daring to make a sound. Chi Fangfei was taken aback. She couldn't help but recall the time when she had just become a medicine man. Once, due to the negligence of the medicine storehouse, she had mistakenly concocted a 10-year-old herb into an 8-year-old one. Although she had discovered it, she had thought that it was only a difference of 2 years. She believed that it wouldn't affect the efficacy of the medicine much, so she had carelessly concocted it. Who would have thought that when de Guiche checked the medicine, he flew into a rage and reprimanded, "You knew that the medicine was wrong, but you still decocted it. How can you be considered a qualified medicine man?" After Medicine Master Kong examined the herbs, he found that the age of the herbs was indeed wrong. Chi Fangfei cast a glance at Qing Qing and the others who had a guilty conscience. Her voice abruptly changed and carried a warning tone. "Listen up, I don't care what happened today, but you must remember, as medicine men, you must not secretly switch the herbs. If any of you dare to harm your colleagues in the future, you will be removed from the medical profession forever." Those few medicine boys were so frightened that they trembled like sieves. Qing Qing's face was also covered in dirt. After this round of assessment, there were another 13 medicine boys who failed. Although Yunxing didn't concoct the medicine, she had relied on her quick wits to successfully pass the assessment. However, Chi Fangfei didn't leave. The assessment just now made her interested in Yunxing. She also found out from Medicine Master Kong that Yunxing had accurately picked out 18 different herbs in the first round of assessment. She wanted to see how Yunxing would perform in the third round of assessment. The third round of assessment is to identify the herbs. When it came to the third round of assessment, the medicine boys' expressions were much more relaxed than before. Identifying the herbs may be difficult for ordinary people, but to these medicine boys, most of them had followed their respective medicine masters since young and often went in and out of the medicine storehouse of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Other than a few rare and precious herbs, they could recognize most of the herbs. Medicine Master Kong naturally saw the changes in the medicine boy's expressions. He couldn't help but shake his head. However, the identification of the herbs this time is different from the previous years. The location of your assessment is not in the medicine storehouse. Follow me. If the identification of the herbs wasn't in the medicine storehouse, then where was it? Not only the herb gatherers, but even Chi Fangfei had a baffled look on her face. A group of people filed out and arrived at the main entrance of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. At this time, including Fan Ji and Qing Sihai, there were also some commoners who came to buy medicine and see a doctor at the main entrance. When they saw the group of medicine boys coming out, they all revealed an expression of watching a show. When Chi Fangfei walked past and saw Fan Ji, she couldn't help but be startled. After hesitating for a moment, she still called out, "Eldest senior brother." It turned out that Fan Ji, Yao Rong and Qing Sihai had all been under the tutelage of that secluded national master. They could be considered as Qi Fangfei's senior brother. When Fan Ji saw Qi Fangfei, he nodded and said with a bitter smile, "I'm no longer your senior brother." AI, senior brother. Dr. Fan, why did you come to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today? Qi Fangfei sighed, recalling that Fan Ji had long been expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Little junior sister, he brought his own medicine boy to participate in the assessment. It's that little girl. I didn't expect that she would be able to last until the last round. Qing Sihai went up to greet Qi Fangfei enthusiastically, but Qi Fangfei revealed an indifferent attitude. So that little girl was eldest senior brother's medicine boy. No wonder her temperament was so similar to eldest senior brother. At this time, Yunsheng and the other 20 medicine boys were already standing at the entrance in confusion. Medicine Master Kong chuckled. Your third round of assessment will now begin. You have an incense stick's worth of time to distinguish which herbs are used to refine the incense in this golden cauldron. Remember, you have to guess all the herbs correctly in order to pass the assessment. Otherwise, you will be considered a failure. They actually had to distinguish the herbs in the cauldron. None of the 20 herb gatherers had expected that the third round of the examination would be like this. Isn't this making things difficult for us? The cauldron at the entrance changes to a new type of incense every day. How can we guess what kind of incense is used today? The medicine boys all frowned. A few of them even circled around the golden cauldron, continuously inhaling the fragrance from the cauldron like a dog. In the field, only Yunxing and Qing did not immediately move. The two of them stared at the golden cauldron, trying to distinguish how many herbs were mixed in with the incense. The incense stick's worth of time was about to end. Nearly half of the medicine boys gave up halfway. One after another, people began to report the composition of the incense, but no one could guess all the herbs. There were only 2 herb gatherers left on the field, Yunxing and Qing. There's still one more. Qing was extremely anxious. He had been trying for a long time, but there was still one more herb that he could not identify. He looked at Yunxing and saw that Yunxing had no reaction. It seemed that she was the same as him, unable to guess what the last herb was. There's only 15 minutes left. Between the two of you, who will answer first? Medicine Master Kong finally reminded. Me. Qing walked out first. Chapter 77. Qing was also cautious. He was afraid that Yunxing would eavesdrop on him, so he wrote down his answer and passed it to Apothecary Kong. The latter took the paper and glanced at it. Then, he shook his head regretfully. You guessed 11 herbs correctly, but you're still missing one. So, you're still not qualified for the herbalist assessment this time. Not qualified. Kong Fong, are you purposely looking for trouble? When has the examination ever tested the composition of incense? In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, there are more than 3,000 different incense formulas. Not to mention these herb gatherers, even we might not be able to distinguish every single one of them. Who would be able to pass such an examination? Qing Sihai, who was watching from the side, shouted in dissatisfaction when he saw that his nephew was not qualified. Relying on his status as a scattered physician, he didn't put those lower-ranked apothecaries in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in his eyes. The Kong Fong in front of him was someone who didn't know how to read people's expressions. Today, he actually made his nephew fail. He didn't believe that there would be anyone here who could distinguish the fragrance in the crimson gold cauldron with just 1 or 2 chances. I think the one who's looking for trouble is you. Your own herb gatherers are inferior to others, and you're blaming the examination for being too difficult. What a joke. Who said that there aren't any herb gatherers here who can distinguish the fragrance in the crimson gold cauldron? I can. A pleasant child's voice sounded in the ears of everyone present. Yunxing, who had been immersed in her thoughts, walked out. She quickly wrote down the names of a few herbs. Cheng Sihai looked at it and couldn't help but sneer. I thought that you were incredible, but you only wrote down 11 herbs. Compared to Qing, how can you be better? You're still a failure. I didn't say that this was my final answer. Yunxing walked to the crimson gold cauldron under everyone's watchful eyes. She pushed on the crimson gold cauldron with her small white hand, opening a corner of the cauldron. He then rubbed a handful of the medicine inside the cauldron and tasted it in his mouth. Rolling his eyes, he leisurely said, "The taste is sweet, the color is golden red, and it's powdery. If I'm not mistaken, the last ingredient is poisonous dragon bile powder. Alchemist Kong, please judge." Wow! After seeing Yunxing's actions, the herb-gathering boys who were judged to be unqualified all boiled up and began to mock Yunxing. Among them, Qing was the most aggressive. After tasting it, we can guess what it is. What's so strange about it? We all know that it's poisonous dragon bile powder. It's just that it's mixed in the incense, so we can't tell it apart. Apothecary Kong only told us to identify the medicinal ingredients in the incense, but he didn't say how we should do it. To distinguish herbs, we have to start from many aspects such as color, fragrance, and taste. If we can't see it with the naked eye and smell it with the nose, then we have to taste it. As a doctor, if we can't use our body ingeniously to distinguish the properties of herbs, then what kind of doctor are we? Yunxing had just finished speaking when she heard a round of applause. As it turned out, Yao Rong had been standing at the side since long ago. She had also heard Yunxing's words. Well said. You don't need to question the topic of this test. I came up with the idea of using a few herbs in the incense as the last test. Although this young lady isn't a member of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion, what she said is the mission of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The first Medicine Emperor of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion, who is also the founder of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion, also relied on tasting the medicinal properties and toxicity of various herbs to identify the types of medicinal ingredients. Yao Rong couldn't help but feel envious of Fan Ji. He had accepted an outstanding herb-gathering boy. No, she should be a herb man now. After passing the third test, it meant that Yunxing had already become a qualified herb man. At the same time, she also became the only one who passed the test of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today. Congratulations, you are called Yunxing, right? This is the Herbman medical tablet issued by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Yao Rong bestowed a delicately carved medical tablet to Yunxing. When Yunxing received the medical tablet, Fan Ji couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Yunxing, are you willing to join the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? As a potential doctor, you will be able to receive the most comprehensive medical training in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. I am willing to accept you as my medicine man, and personally guide you in your studies of ancient medicine. Yao Rong's words at the same time as he bestowed the medical token to Yunxing had caused everyone to be shocked. Yao Rong's words meant that she wanted to accept Yunxing as her disciple. To be accepted as a disciple by an imperial physician, this was truly a heavenly fortune. Everyone was filled with envy. Only Fan Ji's expression changed slightly as he looked at Yunxing with a complicated expression. Yunxing was also somewhat astonished. She didn't expect that Yao Rong would directly propose to accept her as a disciple. Being chosen by an imperial physician and having the backing of a colossus like the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, she could even use this opportunity to find a way to awaken her father. As if he had already guessed Yunxing's answer, Fan Ji quietly turned around, intending to leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Just at this moment, someone hurriedly carried a child covered in blood and rushed in. Doctor, quickly save this child. He was trampled by a runaway horse outside and suffered serious injuries. Yao Rong and a group of people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion hurriedly rushed forward to check on the child. Yunxing also squeezed into the crowd. The child was about 8 or 9 years old. His injuries were very serious and his clothes were simple. With one look, one could tell that he was a commoner's child. His limbs and chest were all bruised and scratched, but the most serious injury was his head. His head was already swollen to a large extent, more than twice the size of a normal child's head. He had already fainted. Yao Rong took the boy's pulse and listened to his heartbeat. Subconsciously, she shook her head. Even she didn't have the confidence to save this child. This child's injuries are very serious. Unless we send him to the imperial physician and use the wandering dragon needle technique to treat him, he won't be able to survive. It won't work. The imperial physician went out to visit a friend a few days ago and is not in the Jade capital. Qi Fangfei became anxious when she heard this. Yao Rong hesitated. If it was any other part of the body, she would have some confidence. However, the injury was on the head. If the acupuncture was not done properly, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if this dragged on, the child's situation would be even worse. Let me do it. A low voice broke the silence in the room. The one who spoke was Fan Ji, who was about to leave. He anxiously looked at the unconscious boy, wanting to go forward and carry him away. This is a patient of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Even Imperial Physician Rong can't do anything. Don't tell me that a mere imperial physician like you can do something. Cheng Sihai led a group of physicians from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to surround Dr. Fan. Fan Ji, put him down. This is the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. You can't touch the patients here. Yao Rong's face was also somewhat embarrassed. Can't touch him. Don't tell me you have a way to save him. Have you forgotten how our daughter died? Fan Ji's originally gentle face suddenly changed like a violent storm. His face was filled with hatred. Chapter 78. Yao Rong's body stiffened as though she was struck by lightning. A look of grief flashed across her beautiful face. It turned out that Yao Rong and Dr. Fan were husband and wife in their early years. Both of them were obsessed with the study of ancient medicine and even raised a lively and adorable daughter. At that time, the Fan couple were both studying medicine under the great country's hand. Both of them were talented and Fan Ji was even more talented than Yao Rong. Both of them held important positions in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. However, due to an accident, their daughter was seriously injured. Her condition was even more serious than the boy in front of them. All the doctors in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, including the great country's hand, were helpless. At that time, Fan Ji heard that there might be a way to save his daughter. However, when he was about to send his daughter to the temple for treatment, everyone in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, including the great country's hand, objected. They believed that if they sent his daughter to the temple, it would be equivalent to admitting that magical treatment was better than ancient medicine. Despite Fan Ji's pleas, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion refused to send his daughter to the temple. They even imprisoned Fan Ji. In the end, when Fan Ji was released, his daughter had already died in Yao Rong's arms. It was also because of that incident that Fan Ji completely gave up on the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He announced that he would leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and study magic. He would use the method of combining ancient medicine and magic to treat illnesses. However, he was too old when he started learning magic. In terms of understanding magic, he was far behind. Furthermore, because he used to be a doctor, it led to his awkward situation in the Jade capital. After knowing what happened, Yunxing only had one thought in her mind. Foolish, this was really foolish and laughable. At that moment, Yunxing only felt that the doctors in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were too pedantic. The battle between ancient medicine and magical treatment was just like the battle between Chinese medicine and Western medicine in the early years. In the Yan clan's environment, Yunxing had always thought that there was no real difference between Chinese and Western medicine. On the contrary, taking the strong points to make up for the weak points and combining the two was the true way to save a person. Yao Rong, do you still want this child's parents to experience the pain that you and I went through back then? Fan Ji questioned as he snatched the boy away. The doctors from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wanted to step up and make things difficult for Fan Ji, but they were stopped by Yao Rong. Yao Rong's face was pale as she spoke. Fan Ji, do you know what the consequences will be if you take this child away and fail to save him? In Zhou State, if a doctor's actions caused the death of a patient, they would be punished. Before this incident, Fan Ji had used a combination of magic and ancient medical skills to treat some patients. However, there were still two major mistakes in the process, causing one of the patients to be disabled and the other to be retarded. Because of this, Fan Ji was demoted by 2 ranks, from Imperial Physician to Dr. Ling. This time, the little boy was so heavily injured that if Fan Ji made another mistake and killed him, what awaited him would not only be a demotion, but also his qualification as a doctor would be revoked and he would be thrown into prison. Yao Rong's reminder did not make Fan Ji back off. He only wanted to save the severely injured boy. The boy did not seem to be from Jade Capital. No one stopped Fan Ji when he left with the boy. When she saw Fan Ji leave, Yunxing immediately followed. Yao Rong wanted to stop them but it was too late. Cheng Sihai saw Fan Ji and Yunxing leaving one after the other and revealed a sinister smile. He quietly called his nephew Qing Qing. Go and report to the government immediately. Say that a doctor has killed a patient in the small rejuvenation clinic in the west of the city. Fan Ji carried the boy and quickly ran back to the clinic. In just a little more than 15 minutes, the heavily injured boy's face had turned purple like an eggplant. His nostrils flared, and it became difficult for him to move. Dr. Fan. Yunxing followed closely behind Fan Ji with her short legs. It's you, Yunxing. Why did you come back? That's good too. Follow me back to the clinic, pack your luggage, and leave with your father. I can teach you the method of your father's cloud dream ice sleep. You can find a water element magician in the city to help you carry it out. Fan Ji had seen Yunxing's performance in the medicine man examination today. He was sure that Yunxing would be a promising talent in the future. It was too much of a waste for such a child to follow him in the small rejuvenation clinic. Since Yao Rong had proposed to take her in as a disciple, she would definitely be able to make a name for herself in the world of ancient medicine. No, Dr. Fan. I'm not going back to pack my luggage. I'm also not leaving the small rejuvenation clinic. I want to be like you, fusing magic and ancient medicine to become a magic doctor. Yunxing raised her small face. Her face rippled with calmness and intelligence that did not match her age. Child, what nonsense are you talking about? My path isn't for everyone. Moreover, you've seen my current situation. If I don't have a way to cure this boy, I may be locked up in prison tomorrow. I can't even protect myself, so I can't implicate you. You'd better leave quickly. Fan Ji was shocked. He was moved, but he was even more reluctant to take Yunxing in. At first, he took Yunxing in because he coveted the child's rent. After getting along with her for a while, he found that Yunxing was a rare good child. Every time he saw her, Fan Ji would think of his daughter who died young. He must not be a burden to this child. She had her own path to walk. Seeing that Yunxing had followed him all the way to the clinic, Fan Ji simply closed the door of the clinic and locked Yunxing outside. He was about to enter the courtyard with the boy in his arms to carry out treatment when Yunxing's voice came from outside the door. Dr. Fan, are you going to carry out the treatment on the boy's head? That treatment can't be completed by you alone. Fan Ji had planned to not let Yunxing participate in the treatment no matter what, but after hearing this sentence, his whole body stiffened. How did she know what he was planning to do? Dr. Fan, let me in. I'm the only one who can help you with this treatment. It can't be delayed any longer. If the blood clot in the boy's brain is not cleaned up in time, even if you save his life, he may be paralyzed in the lower half of his body or suffer from dementia for the rest of his life. Yunsheng was still not discouraged. She stood outside the door and spoke again. The door opened with a creak. Fan Ji looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Yunsheng. After a long while, he choked out a sentence. How do you know the after effects of a failed operation? In short, I just know. Hurry up. If you delay any longer, he will really die. Yunsheng pushed Fan Ji into the room. She did not care about how many doubts he had in his heart. She immediately began the life and death treatment. Chapter 79. In just half an hour, the boy's head had swelled up quite a bit. His entire head looked like a balloon that had been blown up. Dr. Fan had examined his other injuries, but none of them were fatal. The boy's most serious injury was his head that had been kicked by the horse. He believed that there must be a blood clot in the child's brain. And the only way to remove the blood clot was to open the child's skull. Such a method was almost unheard of in the boundless continent. However, Yunsheng, who had modern medical knowledge, had the same opinion as him. However, Yunsheng also realized the danger of having the skull pierced. Even in modern times, the head was the most vulnerable part of the human body. Even if the craniotomy was assisted by modern sophisticated medical equipment, even if it was successful, it would still leave a lot of sequelae. That was why Yunsheng could speak of the side effects of the craniotomy. In fact, Dr. Fan had a similar experience before. That craniotomy treatment caused the patient's lower body to be paralyzed, and he was still lying in the hospital bed. However, even if half of the body was paralyzed, it was still better than dying. That was why Dr. Fan did not hesitate to choose to have the boy's head pierced. Although she had lived in the medical center for a while, Yunsheng had never entered Dr. Fan's room. She found that Dr. Fan's residence was somewhat similar to the residence of modern Western medicine doctors. There was actually a complete human skeleton here. No wonder the outside world thought that Dr. Fan was a ghost doctor who killed people. Dr. Fan was also paying attention to Yunsheng's reaction. He thought that after Yunsheng saw the human skeleton, she would show a frightened expression. Who would have thought that she would just casually glance at it and no longer have any reaction? According to what you said just now, you should have seen the craniotomy. Later, when I perform the craniotomy, if there is anything wrong, you can directly tell me. In front of Yunsheng's calm performance, Dr. Fan had already ignored the fact that she was a 6-year-old child. He even treated her as an experienced doctor like himself. Okay, the room is too dark. Do you have a bigger mirror? It would be best if it could reach the floor. Yunsheng measured Dr. Fan's room from the perspective of a modern doctor. The room was too narrow, and the inside was a little messy. The most important thing was that there was not enough light. He also needed to prepare alcohol for disinfection, hemostatic agents, and beast tendons for stitching. Dr. Fan seemed to be ill-prepared for these. After being reminded by Yunsheng, Dr. Fan found a mirror and the alcohol and beast tendons that Yunsheng requested. However, he did not prepare hemostatic agents. Why don't you have hemostatic agents? The most dangerous part of craniotomy is cerebral hemorrhage. If you don't have hemostatic agents, what if the patient bleeds? Yunsheng could not help but be surprised. Hemostatic agents are required by ancient medical skills. You forgot that I also learned magic. When I stop bleeding, I don't use hemostatic agents. I have other methods to stop bleeding. After saying that, Dr. Fan began his craniotomy. There was no X-ray machine in the boundless world, nor was there any equipment for taking films. Yunxing Shenongai was only at the microscopic level, so she could not see the location of the blood clots in the child's brain. But in this aspect, Dr. Fan's experience came into play. His hand felt around the child's swollen head for a moment, and soon landed on the back of the child's head. Judging from the wound, the horse must have kicked the back of the child's head directly, so there was a dent in the horse's hoof. This should be the place where the blood clots had accumulated the most. After confirming the location of the blood clots, Dr. Fan's hand emitted a bone-chilling cold air. Yunxing saw that in his hand, water magic elements quickly condensed to form a blade that was not inferior to her own beast bone knife. Using magic elements to condense into a knife that could heal. Witnessing this scene, Yunxing could not help but be speechless. Although this ice blade was formed from the water element, its hardness was not inferior to that of the beast bone blade. Furthermore, its shape could be changed according to the magician's own wishes. This was the perfect fusion of magic and ancient medical skills. Yunxing seemed to have entered a brand new realm. The combination of magic and ancient medical skills might be able to make up for the lack of modern medical equipment in the boundless world. Yunxing could not help but feel her heartbeat quicken. She was looking forward to this craniotomy that still needed to be carried out. Under the refraction of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, the light in the room was much brighter. This was also more beneficial for Dr. Fan to carry out his craniotomy treatment. The magic ice knife cut through the skin at the back of the boy's head, quickly revealing the skull that was covered with nerves and small blood vessels. Blood also flowed out in an instant. But the miraculous thing was, at the place where the magic ice knife cut, the blood that was about to spurt out was immediately frozen by the cold magic elements. Perfect. This way, the so-called symptoms of excessive bleeding would not appear. In fact, in modern medical treatment, there were also methods of using freezing to treat some diseased tissues. But compared to modern medical equipment, the magic elements were more gentle. It could temporarily freeze the blood, but it would not harm the internal tissues of the person. This method was even faster than Yunxing directly using gold needles to stop the bleeding. No wonder Dr. Fan said just now that he did not need a hemostatic agent. At this point, the surgery was already half done. Yunxing could already see a sticky blood clot with the naked eye. It was this large blood clot that caused the boy's brain to swell and become unconscious. The next step was to break the blood clot in the boy's brain and release it. The ice knife in Dr. Fan's hand slowly became thinner as he cleared out the blood clot in the boy's brain little by little. In a small basin on the ground, there was soon a small basin of blood clot. Just when the blood clot was almost cleared out, Dr. Fan's pupils violently shrank. He realized that his magic elements were not enough to maintain the operation. Due to his late initiation, he was only a sorcerer, and a very simple water sorcerer at that. It was completely impossible for him to complete a craniotomy. Last time, he did not persist at the last moment, which led to the patient's lifelong regret. Dr. Fan, leave the next step to me. Yunxing took a step forward and a shiny knife appeared in her hand. Her fingers moved nimbly, and at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye, the remaining blood clot in the boy's brain was cleaned out. Yunxing's expression was dignified. After cleaning out the blood clot in the boy's head, she quickly began to suture the wound on the boy's head. She threaded the tendons, and the needle was like a swimming dragon. The boy's skin was perfectly sewn together under her needle technique, and only a few of the smallest stitches could be seen. The whole process only took a moment. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Dr. Fan would never believe that someone could complete such a difficult suture in such a short time. Yunxing, who is she? Chapter 80. Pang, pang, pang. A series of messy knocking sounds could be heard as Qing led a group of soldiers to the entrance of the Little Rejuvenation. Sir soldiers, this is the place. Just now, there was a heavily injured boy who was carried in by Dr. Fan. This Dr. Fan isn't a good person. In his early years, he was imprisoned for several days for stealing a corpse from a graveyard. Qing had failed the examination today and was extremely angry with Yunxing. When he saw Yunxing following Dr. Fan back to the medical hall, he couldn't help but wish for the two of them to be arrested as accomplices. Seeing that the door of the clinic was closed, the soldiers shouted a few times outside, but there was still no response from the inside. The soldiers believed Qing's words even more. They fiercely pounded on the door of the clinic, almost tearing down the entire door of the clinic. I'm here, I'm here. Dr. Fan came out to welcome them. When he opened the door, he was shocked to see the soldiers. You are Dr. Fan Ji of the Bell. I heard that you secretly brought a seriously ill patient back to the medical hall. Where is the patient now? The soldiers came to investigate, causing a huge commotion. The nearby merchants all gathered outside to watch the show. Qing thought in his heart. With so many pairs of eyes watching, let's see how you can escape this time. You've gone against my uncle time and time again. This time, you're dead for sure. Fan Ji wiped the sweat off his forehead. The patient has already been treated and is currently resting at the back of the medical hall. If you all don't believe me, you can take a look at the back courtyard. Treated. In less than 2 hours, that patient who was so severely injured that even the Medicine Emperor Pavilion didn't have full confidence in treating him was actually cured. Fan Ji, who are you trying to fool? You're just a doctor who was chased out of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. How can you have such capabilities? Sir soldiers, he must be trying to fool you. Qing pointed at Fan Ji's nose and shouted. Where did this wild dog come from, disturbing the peace of the medical hall? A little girl walked out from the back of the medical hall. The little girl's mouth was sharp as she scolded Qing. I was wondering who it was. So it's the trash who didn't even pass the examination of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Qing. It wasn't that Dr. Fan was chased out of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Rather, it was Dr. Fan who fired the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Also, you're not even a medicine man, yet you dare to insult Dr. Fan. You should know that Dr. Fan is Dr. Ling. According to the laws of Zhou State, those who insult doctors will be punished with 30 slaps. While everyone was still thinking about the meaning of firing, Yunxing had already led several officials into the backyard of the medical center. In the room in the backyard, the severely injured and dying boy's head was wrapped in bandages. Although he had not yet woken up, his breathing and complexion were not bad. It was obvious that his life was no longer in danger. Nonsense, isn't this person fine? The officers and soldiers were annoyed after being busy for a while. Coupled with Yunxing's instigation, they vented all their anger on Qing. They caught Qing and wanted to bring him back to the government to be punished. Officers, please be lenient. This child is a member of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He is young and doesn't know any better. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. The crowd parted as Yao Rong and Qing Sihai walked into the medical center. It turned out that after Dr. Fan took the boy away, Yao Rong's thoughts were still uncertain. She was worried that the child's life would be in danger, but she was also worried that Fan Ji would be implicated. After thinking for a while, she decided to go to the medical center to take a look. Qing Sihai also wanted to see Fan Ji's situation when he was sent to prison, so he followed along. Who would have thought that when the two of them walked in, they would hear the scene of the officers punishing Qing? No matter how useless Qing Qing was, he was still a member of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. If he was humiliated, it meant that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was also humiliated. Helpless, Yao Rong walked out. Seeing that the person who came was Imperial Physician Rong, a rank 3 official, how could the officers dare to be negligent? They quickly released Qing Qing. Yunxing watched from the side, feeling unhappy. Dr. Fan's face was also tense. Obviously, he did not welcome Yao Rong and the others. That child is already fine. Although she had already guessed the general situation from the discussions of the crowd, Yao Rong still found it hard to believe that Fan Ji alone was able to treat the severely injured boy without the help of a great national doctor. In the past few years, although she did not show it on the surface, she had been secretly paying attention to Fan Ji's every move, including his study of magic and the combination of magic and ancient medicine, creating a medical system that was completely different from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Dharma Temple. She also heard that Fan Ji had made 2 medical mistakes because of this, causing him to be stripped of his qualifications as an imperial physician and a scattered physician. Now, he could only be a doctor. Thank you for your concern, Imperial Physician Yao. That child is lucky and is already out of danger. This time, it was all thanks to that child, Yunxing. Facing his former junior sister and lover, Dr. Fan had mixed feelings. He hated Yao Rong, but it did not mean that he did not love her. It was a pity that the two of them were different people and it was difficult for them to return to their former love. Yunxing. Are you talking about the little girl who just passed the examination? Skull-piercing treatment. She actually helped you complete such a difficult treatment? That's impossible. Hearing the words through the skull, Yao Rong's eyelids suddenly twitched. In the past few years, there were people in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion who had proposed similar treatment methods, but they were all rejected by the higher-ups because that kind of treatment was too difficult. Even Yao Rong herself believed that it was impossible for the surgery to succeed. In this world, there is no such thing as an impossible surgery. There are only doctors who are unwilling to carry out the surgery. Imperial Physician Yao, Dr. Fan has already used his actions to prove that his magic and ancient medicine can cure what ancient medicine can't. Yunxing was unwilling to see Dr. Fan's pained expression when facing Yao Rong. She walked forward and made a gesture to send him off. Yunxing, did you really help Fan Ji complete the skull-piercing treatment? If that's really the case, I will take back my request to let you be my medicine man. Let me ask you one more time, Yunxing, are you willing to join the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? I can give you the title of Imperial Physician. Yao Rong looked at the little girl who did not even reach her waist with a new gaze and asked in an incomparably passionate manner. When these words came out of her mouth, not only the surrounding crowd, but even Qing Sihai and his nephew almost dropped their jaws. A 6-year-old physician who was personally recruited by the youngest imperial physician in the Zhou state, Yao Rong. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Zhou state. No, it would cause a sensation in the entire continent. The physicians of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were all the most outstanding physicians in the entire continent. The little girl smiled sweetly, revealing 2 deep dimples at the side of her mouth. Those pitch-black Rumo eyes contained a steadiness that did not match her age. Thank you for your kind intentions, Imperial Physician Yao. No matter how many times you ask, my answer will always be the same. I, Yunxing, will not join the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Because I want to follow Dr. Fan and pursue a different path of medicine. Chapter 81. Yunxing's reply left Yao Rong flabbergasted. However, she was also an open-minded person and did not blame Yunxing for her offensive words. Congratulations, Fan Ji. I think you have already found someone who can inherit your legacy. Perhaps the decision you made back then was correct. Yao Rong sighed as she looked at Dr. Fan with a complicated gaze. Fan Ji could not help but be moved. His lips moved. Rong, no, it's already too late. From the moment I refused to leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion with you, I had already made my choice. I am Yao Rong, a member of the Yao family. In this lifetime, I will never be able to leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Yao Rong stopped Fan Ji from continuing. She took out a medical token and handed it over to Yunxing. Little girl, your temperament is very similar to mine when I was young. For the sake of patience, you will work tirelessly. I hope your decision today is correct. I believe you will be able to obtain this medical token sooner or later. Since you participated in the treatment today, it proves that you have the qualifications to become a doctor. Even if you refuse to become a doctor of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, you can still use this medical token to become a doctor in the Little Huichun Medical Hall. Yao Rong also wanted to see how far this little girl, who had chosen a completely different path, would be able to go in the near future. Yunxing did not hold back when she received the medical token. The medical token was a good thing. With it, it meant that she could officially prescribe medicine, make medicine, and help treat patients. This would greatly benefit Yunxing's income and the research of new medicines in the future. Since the soldiers did not find anything illegal, they withdrew and left. Yao Rong also left with the Qing father and son. On the other hand, the crowd that had gathered to watch the entire process refused to disperse. These people had always thought that Fan Ji was a third-rate doctor with poor medical skills. Very few people would actually go to the Little Huichun Medical Hall to see a doctor. Today's matter, however, allowed Fan Ji to turn over a new leaf. Not only that, they also saw with their own eyes that the 6-year-old doctor in the Little Huichun Medical Hall rejected the invitation of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's imperial physician. Oh my God, that was an imperial doctor, a doctor who treated the emperor and the royal family of Zhou state. So what if she was just a little girl who couldn't even reach the medicine cabinet? Little Huichun Medical Hall, Dr. Fan, Little Dr. Yun, well done. It was unknown who was the first to shout, but the crowd all cheered. Then, some patients rushed into the clinic. The lively scene almost caused the door of the clinic to be pushed down again. It was not until the sun had completely set that the patients in the clinic were sent out one after another. Yunxing and Dr. Fan first performed a craniotomy today, and then they were surrounded by enthusiastic patients for the entire afternoon. By the time they closed the door, the two of them were already as tired as two dogs. Compared to the two of them, Yunxing was the younger one. She had also undergone a medicine man assessment in the morning. Logically speaking, she should have already exhausted her physical strength. However, at this moment, she actually obediently went to move the door plank and close it. This made Dr. Fan, who was already so tired that he could not move, sigh endlessly. Dr. Fan naturally did not know that although Yunxing was small in stature, she wore the Shino medical bracelet and had also opened her second strange tendon. Although she did not cultivate Do Qi like the martial artists of the continent, her physique was now not much different from that of an ordinary martial artist. Moreover, as she continued to cultivate the jade marrow art, the rest of her strange tendons would be opened one after another, and her physique would improve further. After experiencing today's events, Yunxing's position in Dr. Fan's heart was already different. In the beginning, the two of them were just strangers. Later on, the two of them had an employer-employee relationship. However, today, Yunxing not only helped him get through the crisis of the craniotomy, but also refused the Medicine Emperor's pavilion. Dr. Fan repeatedly recalled Yao Rong's words, and his heart was unable to calm down for a long time. He looked at Yunxing's small stature, and her figure overlapped with his own daughter who had died young. At that moment, a thought appeared in Dr. Fan's mind. Yunxing was his daughter. The heavens had pitied him for losing his daughter and had given him compensation. Since Yunxing's father was unconscious, then he would replace Yunxing's father and take good care of this child during this period of time. Perhaps one day, all his hopes and pursuits would be realized by Yunxing. Yunxing, don't be so busy. Rest for a while. Fan Ji already had a plan. Since Yunxing was interested in both magic and ancient medicine, then he should not restrict her growth. If he allowed Yunxing to stay in the little Huichen medical hall with the status of a junior doctor, although she would be able to help him and earn a living, it would obviously be detrimental to Yunxing's growth. Previously, during the craniotomy, Fan Ji had almost failed due to the lack of magic elements. He realized that if he wanted to truly become a magic doctor comparable to the imperial physicians of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, or even surpass them, he had to send Yunxing to the Magic Academy while she was still young to learn magic. In terms of ancient medicine, with him and Yunxing's talent, there should not be a big problem. However, in terms of magic, he was only a sorcerer and could not teach her the method of cultivating magic elements. As such, the Magic Academy became the only suitable place for Yunxing. Yunxing did not know that Dr. Fan's thoughts were actually the same as hers. According to Yunxing's plan, she had originally planned to enter the Magic Academy next year. Therefore, after Dr. Fan brought up his idea, Yunxing also confessed her plan. No, it's better to learn magic and martial arts as early as possible. In Yujing, children who have reached the age of 6 have already started to enter different magic academies or martial arts centers of different grades. Dr. Fan decided that tomorrow morning, he would bring Yunxing to the Magic Academy in Yujing to inquire about it. In Yujing, there were many different magic academies. Among them, the most famous one with the best resources was undoubtedly the Yujing Magic Academy, which was run by the imperial family. Just as Dr. Fan was thinking about how to send Yunxing to Yujing Magic Academy, Xiao He came out. It barked at Yunxing a few times. Dr. Fan did not realize that Xiao He was a magic beast. He thought that Xiao He was just a slightly bigger wild dog. You're saying that the injured boy has already woken up? Earlier, when Yunxing and Dr. Fan were busy in the medical center, Yunxing asked Xiao He to help look after the unconscious boy in the backyard. Although the craniotomy was very successful, Yunxing still wanted to be careful. She asked Xiao He to be vigilant. If there was anything wrong with the boy, Xiao He would immediately run over to tell her. It's best that he's awake. The child is injured, but his family still does not know. It's already dark, and his family must be worried sick. Let's go check on him. If there's no problem, we'll send him home later. Dr. Fan and Yunxing walked to the backyard together to check on the injured boy. Chapter 82. In the backyard of the clinic, the boy who had woken up saw two strangers and shrank back in fear. Don't move around, you still need to rest for a while. Just when the boy was scared, a beautiful little girl suddenly rushed to his side and glared at him unceremoniously while waving her little fist. The boy had tried to climb out of bed, but the bandage on his head was already bleeding. The boy was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. You saved me. I thought I was going to die. Thank you. The boy could already speak, but he was stuttering, perhaps because he was too frightened. When Xiao He went to report, the boy looked around and realized that he was in a clinic. There were herbs drying outside, and his head was bandaged. The boy looked a little silly and rustic, like a potato that had just been dug out of the soil. It was no wonder that his family didn't come looking for him even after he was brought to the little Huichen clinic. It was because he wasn't from the Jade capital. When the boy woke up, he remembered that he had been trampled by a horse on the street. Even the teachers in the school might not be able to treat such a serious injury. As he recalled, he suddenly felt around his body in a panic. Scepter. My Magic scepter. The boy was about to cry. The most important thing in his body was his magic scepter. His family had saved up a whole year's worth of money to buy this magic scepter for him. Don't move. If you do this again, do you believe that I will knock you out with one punch? Yunxing waved her fist at him when she saw that the wound on his head that had just healed was about to split open again. The aura of the big sister of Banana Leaf Village was immediately exposed. The boy was so frightened that he immediately stopped moving. However, he kept muttering, "Magic scepter. You are from the Magic Academy." Dr. Fan sized up the boy and vaguely sensed magical waves on his body. However, these waves weren't strong. This child's cultivation should be between a sorcerer's apprentice and a sorcerer's. Yes, I'm a student of the Royal Magic Academy. My magic scepter. The boy struggled to recount what had happened to him during the day. The boy's name was Gufeng. He was 7 years old and lived in a small mountain village thousands of miles away from the Jade capital. From the sound of it, that small mountain village should be similar to Banana Leaf Village. It was isolated from the rest of the world and the people were simple. When Gufeng was 3 years old, he participated in his first magic enlightenment, and was discovered to have an extremely rare light element in his body. When the news spread, the small mountain village was in an uproar. It had to be known that there hadn't been a child who could comprehend the elements of magic in over 100 years. Moreover, the child was a light mage. This was really too amazing. Due to the boy's special magic attribute and the fact that Zhou State had been working hard to cultivate magic talents, Gufeng was recommended by the village to be a national public student. He completed his apprenticeship in the local city and was then sent to the Royal Magic Academy. I've only been here for a few months. Because my magic isn't good, and I'm very stupid. I've always been bullied by the students of the academy. Gufeng uneasily pulled at his clothes. His clothes were covered in patches. On the Boundless Continent, the tuition fees for sorcerers' apprentices and martial arts students were subsidized by the state. However, after becoming a sorcerer or martial arts student, if they wanted to enter a higher-level magic academy or martial arts school, they had to find ways to raise their own tuition fees. However, there was also a situation where both the inside and outside were public students. Public students referred to sorcerers and martial arts students who came from poorer families but had a certain level of magical talent. Most of them were young and couldn't earn their own tuition fees. Under such circumstances, the state would give them a certain amount of tuition fees and arrange for them to work in the academy or martial arts school. They would also be paid accordingly. Gufeng was one of the public students of the Royal Magic Academy. Yunxing roughly understood the entire process of the matter. The Royal Magic Academy was the best magic academy in Zhou State. The most talented and wealthy magic students in Zhou State gathered there. These people were either born in the royal family, or were the sons of officials, or the sons of aristocratic families in Zhou State. At the very least, their families were rich and they racked their brains to enter the Magic Academy. These people obviously looked down on Gufeng, who was poor and didn't know any powerful magic. In modern times, this was a typical case of school bullying. So, the incident of being trampled by horses and the old injuries on your body were all caused by the students of Yujing Magic Academy. Yunsheng was furious when she heard this. Earlier, when she was bandaging Gufeng's wounds, she noticed that other than the marks of being trampled by horses, there were also many old injuries on his body. The old injuries were densely packed and it was obvious that they weren't caused in a day or two. Thinking about it, Gufeng had been bullied ever since he entered the Royal Magic Academy. Gufeng didn't answer, but his gloomy eyes told Yunxing all the answers. They're too much. Don't they know that casually trampling on people can lead to death? Perhaps because Yudo was born in a small mountain village, Yunxing, who had experienced similar bullying incidents earlier, felt a sense of familiarity with Gu Feng at first sight. At this moment, there was a fire in her heart that kept bursting out. Since they were from the Magic Academy, then let's compete with magic. Yunxing rolled up her sleeves and pulled out her magic scepter. So there's such a thing in the Royal Magic Academy. Dr. Fan shook his head as he heard this. He had originally planned to send Yunxing to the best Royal Magic Academy, but now it seemed that this plan had to be reconsidered. So you're also a sorcerer. Thank you for your treatment. The Magic Academy doesn't allow outsiders to enter. Oh no. I haven't returned to the academy yet. If the tutor finds out, I'll definitely be punished. Thank you both. I'll go back first. Gu Feng was so engrossed in his conversation with Yunxing that he almost forgot that there was a curfew in the Royal Magic Academy. Today, he had been dragged out of the academy by a group of magic students and was heavily injured after being trampled on by horses. The tutor didn't know about this. If she found out, he would be grounded. The more Gu Feng thought about it, the more afraid he became. He didn't care about his injuries and insisted on rushing back to the Royal Magic Academy. Seeing that they couldn't persuade this stubborn person, Yunxing and Dr. Fan could only come up with another plan. You can't move around with your injuries. How about this, if you must go back, let me and Dr. Fan send you back. At the same time, we'll explain to your tutor why you didn't return home tonight. Also, you must tell your tutor about the group of hateful magic students bullying you. Yunxing and Dr. Fan discussed this. They didn't feel comfortable letting Gu Feng go back alone. Yunxing also wanted to see what the Royal Magic Academy was like. The two of them pushed the medicine cart and sent Gu Feng back to the Royal Magic Academy overnight. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.